complex relay-based studies going in see one of the small laps, and it is obviously making up that relay team.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Sefton Park, Liverpool. This is the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, and this is the European Athletics Cross Country Trials. I'm Scott Eburn, and Hannah England is in the commentary box with me today. And Hannah, we've got 9 races back to back, and it's going to be a very tasty affair.
This is really the highlight of the pre-Christmas cross-country season. Those spots up for grabs for the European Cross-Country Championships that's taking place in 2 weeks in Turin in Italy are going to be so hard fought for this morning and this afternoon. So expect major drama down that home straight, major emotion, and it's going to be super exciting to watch it all unfold. And we've got the age group races, the under 11, under 13, under 15, the under 17 men, those competitions in there as well that aren't a trial for the European cross-country championships, but it's still going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, those shorter age group races over 2 kilometres, 3 kilometres, they are fast and they are furious, and we cannot wait to get underway. The European cross-country championships, well, due to COVID, was held last year in Ireland, and we had a pretty good account of ourselves, didn't we? Great Britain, we topped the medal table, 4 golds, 1 silver, 2 bronze, I think 7 medals all in, and in the mixed relay we took gold. And we start things off with the mixed relay here today. It's the men's trial for the mixed relay over 1500 metres, which Hannah, you know all too well.
It's so interesting to have this 1500 metre cross-country race, and I really enjoy the fact that British Athletics have committed to this trial. In previous years they've maybe gone on track form and tried to guess who might be their best quartet to put forward for that European mixed relay competition, and they had great results. We do have a fantastic pedigree in our country and history of winning medals in that event, but I love the fact that this is a head-to-head 1500 metre sprint, and the best 2, the top 2 over the line, are on that plane to Turin. And the quality in this men's field here today is just fantastic. We've got Luke Duffy and Ben West, who took 1st and 2nd in the trial last year and went on to get that gold medal. They're both lining up today. And we've also got Olympic finalist Charlie Grice throwing his hat in the ring here. But on 1500 metre personal best, you've got to be looking at the likes of Charlie Grice with his 3:30, or maybe even Archie Davis with 3:37, James Young 3:38. But they're on mud. They are not on a track. This is a totally different kettle of fish, and it should be really, really entertaining. The women's equivalent will get off in just 5 minutes as well. This is the opening race. The organisers choosing to put the race on first, so the ground's a little bit firmer. You can see already Charlie Grice there just struggling on the uneven ground. He's slotted in behind Alex Botterill. Look at that standing water as well. This is not a track race, but it is 1500 metres.
Well, we are underway. And Sefton Park, Liverpool, always a fan favourite in terms of cross-country. Always one to keep an eye out for on the calendar. And we've seen Max Wharton towards the front, number 44. Keep an eye out for him as well. Alex Botterill in the green and black, number 23 of York. And Charlie Grice in the arm sleeves of Brighton Phoenix, just tucking in at the back there. And we saw him indoors over 800 metres this year. End of the calendar year, he's back over cross-country over his normal 1500 metre running. So interesting to see how this one pans out. Great Britain, of course, reigning champions at the European cross-country over the medley relay.
So that's the long starting straight underway. Every single race is going to use that, and these men are now heading out on one small lap. And it looks like an early move there from James Hennigan. He's had a pretty busy autumn, 30-minute 10K. He's got a good half marathon time from this season as well, so he's perhaps feeling it's got to be strong and fast, and he doesn't want to leave it to a sprint finish. But all these men, you have to stay involved. There is no time to relax and ease your pace off and then sprint through when you're on the mud, because you won't be able to get the same response, the same sprint you might on the track. And it looks like Ben Greenwood, Scottish athlete, just working his way into 2nd place. But that's getting into some sort of lead there for James Hennigan.
Well, we do have the opportunity to select 3 out of the 4 that competed at the Europeans last year. Our quartet, Anna Nuttall, Luke Duffy, Alex Bell and Ben West, they took the gold 12 months ago. And Duffy and West in the lineup here today, but they've got a bit of work to do, because we are Hennigan 10 metres in front at the moment. Almost 2 minutes into this race, we're certainly over halfway. It's starting to loop back around towards the C section of the course. If you look in the top right, you'll be able to see where our camera is facing. That is a new addition to our production here this weekend in Liverpool. But look at this for a sprint finish. Charlie Grice up into second now as well.
That's a big effort there from Charlie Grice, but he has to do that now. You cannot leave too much running. See Max Wharton and Alex Botterill already at the back of the field. That's kind of their race done when it's only a 5-minute race and they're sprinting around these twists and the turns. You don't want any gaps to open up. But this race in itself has got to be so inspiring for so many of these athletes. To see someone like Luke Duffy there, number 28, one of their peers, come second in the race last year and then go on to get a European title. I think that's why we've seen the quality of this race rising year on year. Just coming around the top section of the course here, nearing up on that letter D, you can see in the top right hand corner of your picture, and they're going to come down the long straight and a hairpin into the finish, but there's still quite a lot of time to go left in it. And look at the crowds as well. This event is so entertaining. Everyone's picked up their race number and thought, I'm just going to watch these men sprint round 1500 metres.
Well, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Cross country, 10:30 on a Saturday morning. It's tough to crack things open for your weekend with a 1500 metres, certainly on the cross country fields as well. And now Charlie Grice starting to surge onto the outside shoulder of Hennigan. And it is these two at the front battling it out. It is the top two that automatically qualify for the team for the European Cross Country Championships. That's in 2 weekends' time over in Italy.
But there is still a long way to go. This is what happens in road miles as well. People kick early and then you have to hang on. And you can see now James Hennigan perhaps sensing Charlie Grice on his shoulder, and he has lifted his pace just a little bit, and that's them swinging round the hairpin into the finishing straight. James Hennigan has kicked again. I think that's Daniel Bebbington going down. He looked like he might be about to launch a sprint finish. But it's fast and furious down this home straight. It is at the moment still James Hennigan from Charlie Grice.
Well, Hennigan just looking over his shoulder once again. Charlie Grice starting to fade. Hennigan, he took this from the gun. Can he take it to the tape? He's still looking over his shoulder. Just a flurry coming through on the line. Who is that in the white vest streaking through? It's a battle to the line. We think it's going to be Hennigan that's going to get there. Charlie Grice back into third. It's Callum Elson coming through for that second spot. And what about this from Hennigan to take the win? He's on the plane to Turin in 2 weekends' time. He's embraced from behind by Callum Elson, who took the second spot. Charlie Grice dug deep. That middle section of the race, he really went for it, but couldn't quite hold on in the final 300 metres. And it is Hennigan and Elson that are in the top two, and we will see them on the plane to Turin in 2 weekends' time.
You could see what that meant to those two men, particularly Callum Elson. He really held his nerve. Charlie Grice made that big move to bridge the gap back to James Hennigan, and probably perhaps a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too much of a hard move, reacted to James Hennigan's pace, and ultimately, unfortunately, Charlie Grice, the Olympian, paid the price down the home straight. But it's great to see Charlie Grice back racing. Unfortunately, those two automatic spots will go to other men though. Callum Elson and James Hennigan can turn their attention to Turin, and who is going to join them from the women's side?
Well, plenty of athletes here I'm sure you'll recognise. It's interesting that number 9 at the front there, Hannah Nuttall, the Charnwood athlete, had a great summer on the track, starting to transition that nicely over the cross country. She led the quartet at the European Cross Country Championships last year when they took gold. She's looking to book her place on the plane once again, but who do you think might join her, Hannah?
Well, Hannah Nuttall ran a great race last year. It was similar to what we just saw from James Hennigan. She stretched it out, she made it hard. She wanted it to be a true run race. Hannah has really improved her 1500 metre time this season, but you'd say sort of historically she's more of a 3K, 5K kind of strength runner. So I'd expect Hannah to employ similar tactics here today. Fastest leg at Mansfield at the National Road Relays. She's in fantastic shape, but I don't think any of these women are going to let Hannah Nuttall run away this year. They know how good she is. She was part of that gold medal winning quartet last season. So I think Hannah Nuttall isn't going to have it all her own way. Brilliant to see Reve Walcott-Nolan in this race, the 2021 Olympian. She's got the fastest 1500 metre personal best. She has got good pedigree over longer cross country. And I feel that Reve wouldn't be here unless she really knew she was in shape and she could have a shot at this at this race, at this team. But Jenny Selman, another athlete who's had a brilliant breakthrough last 12 months, getting down to 2 dead indoors for the 800 metres. She's there in the red and white vest, just working her way through the field. She's had a very busy cross-country season with the Scottish short course races, so she's in shape as well. It is a really high-quality field, just making their way maybe towards halfway in this women's 1500 metre race.
Well, perhaps all the main contenders towards the front, Hannah Nuttall and Walcott Nolan, just sticking things at the front. As you say, Jenny Salmon's in there as well, and Kaima Langer. We've also got Erin Wallace in there as well. Didn't quite have a summer track season, but on the cross, 1500 metre specialist, looking to do some damage here today as well.
That is a big group of competitive women. We've got Alexandra Shipley in there as well. She had a good season, dipping under 4:20 for the first time. She's there in the black vest in the middle of the pack, but that's a wonderful big group. You can see all the coaches there sprinting across the middle, trying to get a look at their athletes. Saw Helen Clitheroe, Hannah Nuttall's coach, very kind of hopping over the barriers, using her steeplechase technique over the tape. Hannah Nuttall perhaps just upping the pace through this wooded section, but it's still a big group of 6 with just 2 spots up for grabs on that plane to Turin.
Well, it's going to unveil very rapidly, isn't it? And I think when they get to that hairpin bend at the start of the finishing straight, they are going to have to keep an eye out. We saw a couple of trips and falls in the men's 1500 for the trial just a few minutes ago, but it is Hannah Nuttall at the front. Malanga in there as well, Walcott Nolan, as they start to come past the hordes of supporters. And well, the people of Liverpool and cross-country fans alike have all come out this morning, and it is great to see. We are very fortunate that the weather has stayed dry, but it is a few splashes of puddles as well. And you just see on the right hand side the young under 11 boys on the start line already. Hannah Nuttall though leading things out. Walcott Nolan is there with her.
So Hannah Nuttall knows her way around this course. She ran very well last year. She was ultimately overhauled by Olympic finalist Alex Bell, no shame in that. But Hannah Nuttall, again, just asking questions of the rest of the field, piling the pressure on. Just look like Alexandra Shipley might be flooded with lactics. A lot of lactic to feel at this time of year. Erin Wallace just drifting back into 5th place. Jenny Selman looks like she hasn't got an extra gear left, so it could be between Hannah Nuttall, Reve Walcott Nolan and Kaima Lunga. 3 athletes vying for 2 spots to the Europeans. Kaima Lunga's been having a great season. She finished 2nd fastest at the Mansfield Road Relays. They'd all 3 safely navigate that final sharp turn, and it is a massive sprint on, a 3-way sprint for 2 spots on that European team. Could last year's European gold medal winner Hannah Nuttall miss out on the team this year? Reve Walcott Nolan, the Olympian, is striding away. She's got 40 metres to go, 50 metres to go. Kaima Lunga, the previous European junior 800 metre champion. She's represented GB as a junior in European cross-country championships. Could she be about to get her first senior berth for the British team? Reve Walcott Nolan is starting to tie up, tired legs here, but it does look like Reve Walcott Nolan is going to hang on for the win. And that will be your team for the European Championships. Reve Walcott Nolan and Kaima Lunga, Hannah Nuttall, all the early running, and just couldn't live with the change of pace there from Reve Walcott Nolan and Kaima Lunga.
Well, what a finish, and a smile across the line from Reve Walcott Nolan. And she is heading to Turin in 2 weekends' time, and I think we probably just about know our quartet, don't we? The 2 boys, the 2 girls have booked their places in our first 2 races of the day. Reve Walcott Nolan, bit of grit there, but has done the business, and I think that's certainly what she set out to do.
This is very much the storyline today, is who is going to get on that plane for Turin. So our first 4 athletes, James Hennigan, Callum Elson, Reve Walcott Nolan and Kaima Lunga, can put their feet up, probably soggy feet, we saw that standing water on the ground, but they can relax and watch the rest of the drama unfold. We will now head to quite a few age group races. Look at the size of this under 11 boys field. This event here, the Liverpool Cross Challenge in Sefton Park, is combined with a local league race. And there's a whole load of primary school kids taking part in the under 11 boys and girls races. And you see a good few leggings and socks and long sleeves under their vests, very smart here from the local children. We can relax now and enjoy a bit more of a pure under 11, under 13, under 15 hour or so before we head back into that drama, and we'll select the team for Turin.
Well, if you've never seen the younger age groups, these under 11s or under 13s, who are really just getting their opening experience of running and cross-country running, certainly, this is fast and this is furious. And it is great to see the purple vests and the blue vests and all the different Liverpool Harrier vests in there as well. It is really great that these young athletes from across the region have come here to take part.
So this under 11 race is 2 kilometres, which is really not very far.
It's more than those senior athletes have just run.
It is. You're right, Scott. I shouldn't turn my nose up at 2 kilometres. It's more than I'd like to run around a muddy field.
Yeah, it's certainly more than I've ran this morning. But I think it's just worth pointing out as well, the World Cross Country Championships in Bathurst in Australia in February next year as well. So the 4 athletes we've just seen qualify for the mixed relay at the European Cross Country Championships, they could well be on the plane to Australia as well. But I think one of the questions that's going to come out of this weekend and over the cross country season is whether or not athletes choose to take up the opportunity to go to Australia. It's going to be around about 27 degrees. It's going to be really warm. Do people want to break up their season when it's a 11-hour time difference between the UK and Australia? But we shall see. It might be a good opportunity for some of our middle distance athletes to get experience on the world stage.
The World Cross is an interesting one. We had such a break with COVID. The last event we had was Aarhus in Denmark, and that really felt like a rejuvenation of World Cross. It was a very interesting course, and there was lots of publicity about it, and I'd love to see the World Cross getting back to that sort of attention, that sort of promotion. But from a European and a British perspective, it's an awfully long way to go. If you've got maybe the financial and employment flexibility to make a camp out of it, you could do that. We've had athletes do that before when the races have been out in Kenya and other places. But we do have a wonderful collection of quite specialist cross-country runners in Britain, which they'll be on display later on when we look at the junior and the senior races. And perhaps just the chance to prolong their cross-country season by another few weeks and test themselves against the world's best might be tempting enough for them. I was almost the opposite as an athlete. I like, make my cross-country season as short as possible, get me back on the track. But we do have some athletes that really do love running around on the grass.
It's interesting because the timing means if you're going to be doing the World Cross, you probably won't be doing the national cross country up in Cheshire early next year. So it's an opportunity though to go and represent your country on the biggest stage, and if you can make it into a camp, what an experience that may be. In terms of the qualification and the selection criteria for Great Britain, we're looking for athletes that are likely to achieve a top 40 placing, aren't we? So whether or not in the men's category we can quite do that, we've certainly got some good athletes. Whether they're capable of transferring that 5-10k on the track to the cross country on the national stage. I mean, I think the winner of the last World Cross, Josh Cheptegei, I mean, world record holder, and it's the very best that attracts, isn't it? So we'll have to take the very best if we're going to send a good, strong team.
A wonderful example there of a cross-country start line. There's elbows flying, there's pushing, there's shoving, because it is only 2 kilometres for this boys under 11 race, and the pacing isn't always that sensible from some of these junior races. And I say that, but some of them do just keep up this massive sprint. We let them get through this first sharp left-hand turn, around about that letter A you can see up in the right-hand corner of your screen, before we commit to who's the leader, because it's a big field spread out across. We've got the cross-challenge entrance of about 35-40 of them, and then hordes of primary school children getting themselves involved as well.
Well, it is just great to see these young athletes out on this course, and when it looks as if they are sprinting, because I think they are sprinting. 2 kilometres for these young boys is a real walk in the park, and you'll have got so many different people, some that have only started running at school, some that may be attached to local clubs and have got a bit more experience running around Sefton Park in the local area. But it is absolutely great to see, and at under 11 these guys are so young. The development of all these different athletes is so varied, isn't it? When you go to primary schools, secondary schools, you see people that are 6'4" at 11, and some people that are only just starting their development. But it is a really great opportunity for these young athletes to be on the same course as Olympians and Great Britain athletes. How amazing is that?
It's great. So they're whizzing round one small lap. They will do this inner section here. You can see the spectator all in black the boys will turn and do this intersection in the field that we didn't see in that short course race. Our leader at the moment, Thomas Smout from Our Lady of Pity Wirral Primary School, is out there in the lead. And did look like some other athletes trying to go with him. Make sure we get another look on their vest. There's a number that I didn't recognise, so that's still Smout there in the lead. The rest of the field seem to have pulled themselves back together a little bit.
Charlie Dobson at the front, and if you know athletics, you'll know he's a very successful British 200 and 400 metre runner, but not in the under 11 boys category. That is from Rossendale Red Rose, part of the Red Rose League competitor today. Behind these marshals around the course as well, and volunteers who do an absolutely fantastic job of hosting these events and ensuring everybody heads on the right direction, because as you can see in the top right hand corner of our screen, it is a very complex course if you've only just turned up for the first time.
And hopefully pretty simple for the under 11 boys. If they've done cross country before, at least they've just got one lap. That's a bit easier to concentrate on. And the marshals will be very good at explaining what they're doing. Thumbs up from these guys. And it's nice to see that they're enjoying themselves.
We've still got Smout towards the front, leading things out nicely. The pace definitely settled down, and I love the tenacity on the start line of some of these younger age groups, because they always go hell for leather, don't they? It is a fantastic approach to running.
It is hard if you don't get yourself in that top 15, top 20 around that first corner. You're then fighting bodies. We'll see that, particularly in something like the junior women's race. It's only 4.4k. If you get those first few corners wrong and you're spewed out the back, your chances of kind of getting into that top 10 or really maximising your potential kind of go out the window. And it's probably similar in some of these under 11, under 13 races as well. You haven't really got an awful lot of time to get yourself back into that top group. But they have got a little group of 4, 5, 6 or so just stretching away. Smout still up there towards the front.
Probably around about the halfway stage on this under 11 boys 2 kilometre race. As we said, this is the British Athletics Cross Challenge series, but it incorporates so many of the local leagues as well. Great to see such a cohesion of different events and groups coming together to host this today. And at the front, Tom Smout from Our Lady of Pity, part of the Wirral Primary School's race, is still up there. We've got Harry Tankrell as well from Kendal and Helm Composite Team, part of the Mid Lancashire League today. I love this section of the course where they just go through the leaves. There's nothing like running through crunchy leaves on a Saturday morning, is there?
Crunchy for the moment, but every step these younger athletes take is churning this course up for later. And we will watch this course deteriorate. And I think some of those senior men would have gone, really, why are we letting all these primary school kids run around first when they're going to be trawling through the mud later? But it is a lovely section here in Liverpool, just through the woods. You can see up on the map on your right hand side, that's D, right where they are now. They're just swinging back down towards that hairpin. They're going to run down in between the start and the finish straights, and then a really sharp hairpin to the right before they sprint down that finishing straight. Thomas Smout has led from gun to tape so far. Can he hold on just for another 90 seconds or so?
Just the hordes of athletes coming through this section, and I hope it gives you an appreciation as they start to wave at our cameras as well, just how fast they are going. These young athletes, only 10 or 11 years of age, at the start of their running journeys and their running careers. There might be future Olympians in here, you never quite know, but this is where it starts for them, on the mud at Sefton Park. Hands on the heads there as well, and Smout just back into second for now. It's Oscar Adams of Shrewsbury AC in the blue strip with the long black sleeves. He's at the front at the moment. Tankrell still in there. It's these three at the front. We've got Smout in the Wirral Schools vest, the green vest on the left hand side. He puts his arms out because the Shrewsbury man in front of him just cutting him up, but this is cross country, young man. You've got to get your elbows out.
That's been a big aggressive move there from Oscar Adams. Shrewsbury, of course, the home of cross country. Shrewsbury School credited with creating cross country. We awarded a plaque from World Athletics this season to commemorate that, but it is a two-way sprint between Thomas Smout and Oscar Adams of Shrewsbury. Just got around about 40 or 50 metres to go here, and Thomas Smout, the long-time leader, led so much of this, put in all the work. It does look like he could be rewarded with the victory.
Well, it is tight. There's 3 of them at the front, and who is going to get through the tape? I'm sure they've never quite finished the cross-country race like this. Hundreds of people along this finishing straight into the final 50 metres. Smout is there, Tancrel on his shoulder, and it is these two. They're drifting to the edge. They need to get in the middle. Here comes the sprint, and it is Tancrel. Harry Tancrel from Kendal left it late to the final 30 metres, but he is through the tape to take the win. Arms aloft, and that is a fantastic run. I think he may have just worked himself to expulsion, really, because that is an unbelievable finish from Harry Tancrel. What a win. And the top 3 there battling it out into the final 50 metres, and that is some experience for these young athletes.
Really well-judged race from Harry Tancrel. Maybe not a well-judged breakfast.
Yeah, maybe
you
not.
might rethink that, but he was always there or thereabouts. Thomas Schmout made a bit of a move kind of pretty early on in the race, but Harry Tancrel, he did cover that. He was always in the top 5. And as a great coach, people might know from Loughborough, George Gandy, phenomenal, worked with so many endurance athletes. And I heard a good quote from him. He's passed away, but a quote that was credited to him saying, if you know you're going to outkick someone, why would you do it any earlier than 10 metres before the line? And I think Harry Tancrel, he knew he had an extra gear in there. And that was a tactical masterpiece from such a youngster. And I wonder if he spoke about that with his parents or his coach on the way here, because that was really well executed race.
I mean, he really did time it to perfection, didn't he? Because he was through the tape, and he was, I think, feeling the effects of that sprint finish and that 2-kilometre race. Unbelievable performance from Harry Tancrel, the Kendal man. It's part of the Mid-Lancashire League today. Well, we're already 3 races in, and we're 25 minutes deep into the morning. Let's just take you a little bit of a run through some of the events that we've got through today. We carry on with the under-11 girls in just a couple of minutes' time. The conclusion of the day, the big one, the senior men and senior women's races. The senior women's over 8.1 kilometres, that's at 1:05 p.m. with the senior men's at 2:05 p.m. So we're going to see plenty of action, and this, of course, not only the British Athletics Cross Challenge, not only the Mid-Lancashire League and the local schools leagues as well. It is the European Cross Country Trials, and I'm sure whilst this isn't an official trial for the World Cross Country, it is certainly going to be paying towards that as well when that takes place in February. A long way away. We're about 2 months away from the selection for that at the end of January, but certainly on the back of some people's minds, I'm sure.
This just marks the last big fixture in the Cross Challenge before we head to the Christmas break. Going to Scotland in January, Loughborough in March. But you are right, Scott, there's a real mark in the sand for a lot of our senior athletes when they're trying to bid for international selection, whether it be for that European Championships or for the World Cross Country Championships. So this is the under-11 girls race. Looks like a similarly massive field. And we have seen so much drama already. This is our 4th race. We had that fall from Daniel Bebbington in the men's short course. And every sort of little bit of tactics. We've had some front running. James Hennigan executed that really well in that men's short course, and then some frantic sprint finishes. Reve Walcott-Nolan taking the women's short course, and there Harry Tancrel with a perfectly timed sprint finish as well. What will we get from these under-11 girls as they make their way around the same loop? 2 kilometres for this race as well.
Another fast start out of the blocks, out of the traps, and hundreds of athletes. I mean, it's just so good to see, isn't it? And hopefully we can have a bit of a sprint finish, and it's competitive like we saw in the under 11 boys. They start to navigate their way down this very long starting straight. I think one girl at the back, she's already lost the shoe.
Oh no.
This is why you sometimes see people gaffer taping or electrical taping their shoes on. Certainly if you've seen football or rugby in the winter on some of the pitches we have here in the UK. But right, she's got a shoe back on, and she's tearing after the rest of the field. We'll see how far she can catch up people over the next 2 kilometres or so.
Here it is, wet underfoot. 198 Isabella Heathcock of Dash Athletics has dashed right to the front. She's got plenty of company there. 303 wearing the bobble hat.
Izzy Beddoe from St Bridget's and Wirral Primary Schools. Great to see them competing here. And it's that first straight. I don't know how long that is, Hannah. About 300 metres, would you say? Something like that. 250 maybe. You can see all the competitors running along the screen at the bottom. A really range of athletes from different parts of the country, and you can see some of the families and parents running after this race as well. That's the one thing I like about cross country and some of the road relays as well. It's probably the only race you'd go to watch where you actually have to race after it to keep up with it.
Yes.
So
I do always think the coaches probably do nearly as much mileage as the athletes. They're going to be sprinting around about this field all day. 2-2-3 is Esme Cameron of St Austin's in that purple vest, working her way back towards the front. It looked like she'd taken a teammate with her as well. Isabella Heathcock still up there. I just want to keep an eye out, see if we do get Willow Smith, Springburn Harriers. She's wearing 2-1-4. She took the win at the Milton Keynes Cross Challenge a few weeks ago, so she's in there. She might be one to watch as well. But look at hordes of young girls sprinting their way around this field in Liverpool.
well, this is a challenging section, isn't it? The first real uphill climb. And they're making light work of it at the moment. And it looks quite firm underfoot, this incline, doesn't it? In comparison to the starting straight, which seems to be a bit of a puddle at the moment. But it'll be interesting to see when we get to around about 2:30 this afternoon, just how churned up it is.
And this is, you're right, Scott, it's a bit of an annoying drag here. I've raced this course quite a few times. I really didn't enjoy it any of the times. It's very hard. But this is an awkward little uphill drag, and it's technical. There's roots under there. And you can see the camera icon in the right hand corner. This is just heading around this little copse of trees before they launch their way back into the main field. There's often a quiet bit of the course as well.
And this is just what you'd expect from a British cross-country course. A bit wet, a bit muddy under some trees, a bit grey and hazy. It's a very typical winter's day in the UK. And at the front we have a clear leader at the moment, out in front by a good 10 or 15 metres, and we shall see how long she can hold on to this for. The younger age groups quite often change leads very late in the day. Maybe a bit of inexperience, just getting up ahead of steam in the opening half of the race, and away they go. But we've started to string the field out a little bit over the hundreds of athletes entered.
There's still plenty of running here. It'd be great to have a look at the bib number of that lead runner, because she must have made a great move up through that hilly section to gap the rest of the field. You can see Isabella Heathcock, the athletes that have got a good starting straight. She looked like she was trying to get back on terms with the leader. But just moving round about through the C icon on the map, probably past halfway in this 2k loop. Really stretched out, and much more of a group there in the men's race. Isabella Heathcock in second place at the moment.
We've got Sophie O'Leary from Southport Waterloo at the front in that blue vest with the yellow hoop, and she has a good 10-metre lead still, coming towards the back end of this course. And as we start to navigate our way through the woods and over the leaves, and as the course starts to get churned up as well, Izzy Beddoe there from St Bridget's with the green hat on, keeping nice and warm. And these athletes just can probably start to hear the buzz of noise down by the finishing straight as they work their way out of these trees and back towards the finishing stretch. And it is a challenge when they get towards that finish, because they literally run past the finish line and have to go all the way down and back up again. And I'm sure for some of them it's a bit of a gut wrench, because they're like, if I could just turn right now I'd be across the finish. But that is the challenge that awaits them.
It is a tiny bit cruel, and you said it in the under 11 boys race, Scott. You know, the crowds that are here today, because of the importance and the calibre of some of those later races, the trials for the European cross country, I doubt these young athletes have ever run in front of a crowd like that, and it'd be pretty intimidating, I think, when you come down that straight before you do the hairpin turn into the finishing straight, to suddenly see hordes of people, most of them probably just having a look, saying what does it look like underfoot there, but there might be a parent, there might be a coach in there cheering at the same time. But it is still a lead there for Lucy Delamere of St Nicholas. Have I got the right athlete?
Yeah, Delamere from St Nicholas, she's in there, sitting in third at the moment. Got Eve Beddoe from St Bridget's, she's at about 5 metres back at the moment from Mason Eslick Sullivan from Rudston.
Isabella Heathcliff trying to give chase. Lucy Delamere at the moment got a bit of a jump on the field as they came through the wooded section. That looks like it could be a winning lead if Lucy Delamere can successfully navigate this corner that's starting to get a bit muddy. We've seen a few people throwing their arms wide, trying not to fall over, but Lucy Delamere navigating that corner just fine. And here comes the big sprint. Could there be one last move here from Isabel in black? She's charging. The charge is on behind her as well. We've got the two sisters, Eve Beddoe and Izzy Beddoe. Got to give absolutely everything down this home straight.
Well, here they come. Delamere digging deep, swinging those arms, and we've got a few people crossing the course to get to one side on a last sprint finish. But she is streaking away from the rest of the field. The Beddoe sisters are in hot pursuit as well, number 302 and 303 from St Bridget's School. But it is all about this young lady at the front. She is taking this race by the scruff of the neck, and she is going to take the win here in the under 11 race at the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. And what a result that is for her. What an experience. And I'm sure that is a photo she'll have on her fridge for many, many years to come.
Good sprint finish. I think it was Eve Beddoe just ahead of, Izzy Beddoe coming in there in fourth place. It was Eve Beddoe that took second place in the end, and our early leader 198, that was Isabella Heathcock of Dash Athletics. She held on really well for third place. See the fatigue and the pain etched on everybody's face. Wolves and Bilston, young girl there, just seemed ever so exhausted as she crossed the line.
Well, it's a great experience for these young athletes. I think the thing to say is that it probably never gets any easier. It still hurts no matter how much fitter you get, but I think certainly you want to cry less as you come through the finish line in cross country and you get a bit older, don't you? But just look at the hundreds of athletes going down this finishing stretch. If you've been to Sefton Park before and seen the cross country and seen the cross challenge, you know this finishing straight. It is iconic around the UK, and these young athletes getting to experience that here today is something very special indeed. And Lucy Delamere of St Nicholas, I'm sure she'll go to school on Monday morning, and well, I'm sure she'll get a few pats on the backs and might even get a shout out in assembly as well, because that was a great race from her.
That really was. Great to see the depth here. Just to reiterate, this is under 11 girls, and there's loads of them, and that is absolutely brilliant. You might be tired, it might have been hard, but you'd hope they're going to be pretty satisfied. There's a bit of fist pumping going on there. It's a shared experience with a large group of women, and I hope that they stay and they watch the other races unfold and they realise they're part of a really cool day here in Sefton Park in Liverpool, and they come back for a little bit more next year.
Yeah, you hope so. We get a lot of people at younger age groups in this sport, track and field and cross country as well, but don't always see the sort of hordes of athletes stay through to the senior category. But hopefully these young girls here today, the young boys as well, seeing the experience and the excellence of some of the senior athletes, and it inspires them to stick around for a few more years to come.
Cool things as well, they've got chip timing. You can see some of the young athletes reaching down and taking off their chip that they've got round their ankle and handing that back into the officials, and that's pretty slick. For an under 11 to go, I've got a chip timed race going on here.
And what about the bib numbers as well? It's got all the British Athletics branding, and it looks very important, doesn't it? Oh, we've already got a faller.
Ooh, painful.
We hope she's okay. We've got plenty of medics and marshals around the course.
So we've seen a fall, lost a shoe. That's our second fall.
That's what this is about though, isn't it? Picking yourself back up, covered in mud, and cracking on. I hope she's okay.
Cross country is pretty brutal, really is nothing like it. I love the fact you stripped it away, you've not got lap times, you've not got any of the normal indicators of how you're getting on that you'd have maybe if you're racing on the track or the road. It's just good, pure racing. This is the under 13 girls. They'll do one long lap. That's going to be our first look out in the rest of the field. It's going to give them a total distance of 3 kilometres. We'll see the same distance for the next three races, the under 13 boys, under 15 boys and under 15 girls. So we're going to see an awful lot of this one long lap. But when you think that they could race this distance for 4 years, as an under 13, it's pretty hard going here to go all the way to 3 kilometres. So I do think we'll see a little bit more pacing in this race maybe. And a few athletes perhaps going out a bit more of a controlled pace and then trying to muster a bit more of a sprint finish.
Yeah, you definitely get a sense already, don't you? It's been a bit more patient at the start and less aggressive out of the blocks, and it's some smooth running to start as they begin their first incline and head away from the start and finish area. Certainly going to see a few more clubs represented as well. Get up through the age groups, people travel a little bit further to come to races like this, and it really is a great experience. We've got Maya Schofield there from Rotherham in the black 377. Luan Power as well from Reconsaw Valley. A couple of athletes we saw very recently at the national cross-country relays, building on their early winter cross-country season. Grace Doran from Liverpool Harriers as well. See their yellow vests plenty today, I'm sure.
Right, we'll see a lot of Liverpool Harriers vests today, won't we? It's great to see. I think we've got, if everyone's turned up, 45, 50 entrants here in the under-13 girls race. A wonderful big field. Just looking here around about, it's probably working into the top 20 here as we head back to the front. Bryony Boyce there, 3:44. Super impressive winner in Cardiff. She front ran that whole race. A bit more patient here. She's in the blue vest with the long black socks, 3:44 there. Second in Milton Keynes as well, so she knows her way around the Cross Challenge series so far in this season. But at the moment, just happy to sit in that big pack of around about 15 in the lead.
You know, I think these young athletes do stick around to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock today, so they can see the senior women's race and trial. I'm sure it will be very inspiring for them as well. But it's, do you think they probably enjoy coming out first thing in the morning and racing? So it's over and done with sooner, you can get back home in time for lunch.
I do think so. It's always nicer to race first, isn't it? Less time to get nervous. It depends how far they've travelled from as well, though, because you want to have time to come here and have a look around the course. You can see some of the older athletes just to their right-hand side. This will be athletes warming up, taking a look at the course, trying to familiarise themselves with the distance, anything key that they might try and help motivate themselves as they're going through their race. But largely, I'd say it's probably better to get done early. I had a few hairy mornings where we'd get stuck in traffic and you'd arrive late and think, oh, I wish I was on later, but probably nicer to be getting your kit on and spectating.
It's a good experience though when you do hit traffic. You've got to learn how to warm up in 10 minutes and get your spikes on and hydrate as well, which is not always easy in 10 minutes, but I'm sure a good challenge.
Yeah, no, many a hairy day sat in traffic, wondering if you were even going to make the start line, but hopefully none of these girls had that. I mean, Bryony Boyce, I mentioned, what was it before? Of course, if she's come all the way from Cardiff this morning, that's been quite some trek. Perhaps some athletes choosing to stay overnight as well, which is a really fun experience.
Great nightlife in Liverpool. These girls too young to experience that, I'm sure, but there's plenty of museums as well.
Yeah. I'm sure it was pretty busy with the football last night in Liverpool city centre. And I knew some few athletes that went up last night that were very firmly pre-booking their tables, considering takeaways, thinking, I probably don't want to go out the same night as an England match in a big city. Yeah, pretty chaotic.
Get the carbohydrates in for the race today, I'm sure. Well, this is the first time we've already seen this back section of the course as they start to head away. Don't forget, you can look in the top right hand of your screen. This is our course map. You can see the little white indicator, which is our camera and which way it's facing, and just to keep you up to date of whereabouts we are on the course. And as they sort of drift away from view and back towards some of the car parks around Sefton Park here, the race will unveil itself to us very shortly. This is the under-13 girls, over 3 kilometres. Around about 10 degrees in Liverpool today. Humidity is quite high, 82, 85%, something like that. Always a different challenge when the races start to get a bit longer as well. There's a bit more dew and moisture in the air, and you can see it's a bit foggy and overcast today, just as we like for cross-country in the UK.
Back up to the leaders. You can still see Bryony Boyce there, 3:44. Some of these other leaders as well. It's 3:50. Jasmine Christmas at Cambridge and Coleridge. She was third fastest at Mansfield. And a high quality athlete up there at the front.
Passed through there from Wirral as well, local club. I'm sure we'll see plenty of Wirral AC athletes in there today. Keris Wright as well from Team East Lothian in that purple vest just on the right of picture, 3:87. Good journey down for her, and she is looking quite comfortable at the front at the moment.
Pretty competitive up there at the front. There's a lot of changes in that lead. Keris Wright Looked like she might be making a bit of a move through this wooded section. We saw that was very fruitful for Lucy Delamere. She really kicked on during this stage in the under 11 girls race. Could we see a similar move from Keris Wright, maybe Jasmine Christmas, but Bryony Boyce, to me, she looked pretty calm and controlled, the Cardiff AC athlete. She's just biding her time sitting in that group. Maybe she'll make a move as they move around the rest of this course.
Well, it is challenging as they start to work up this section, and they will know here we're thinking they're over halfway at this point around the course, and in this 3 kilometres they start to dig a bit deeper as they come around this section. It's where the pain really starts to settle in, doesn't it? And the lungs start to feel a little bit empty, and Cambridge athletes still at the front here and looking good. Cara Gorman from Chiltern Harriers near the front as well at the moment.
That's a good strong move there from Jasmine Christmas. Cambridge and Coleridge, going to see a lot of them represented through these next few races. Big club down there with Mark Vile running supremely well. A whole group of coaches down there doing a fantastic job, but Jasmine Christmas does look like she's pushed on a little bit through that wooded section. She's taking Keris Wright with her. There is Bryony Boyce, the winner from Cardiff, second at Milton Keynes. I'm sure she'd love to get another podium finish here. They will. All of these athletes will accumulate points throughout the whole Cross Challenge series. They'll get prizes at each event and then an overall prize if they do manage to take that title. Jasmine Christmas striding away at the moment. Keris Wright fighting hard in second place. Bryony Boyce at the moment still in third.
It's a good gap to have coming into the back end of this race, isn't it? Before they come in through, as you called it earlier, the copse of trees as they start to head towards the finish. And here they are, Christmas still at the front, looking strong, and great to see so many spectators walking around. I've not seen so many dogs yet. We'd like to be on dog watch on a cross-country race, but not quite so many just yet. And Christmas looking good. Battle on maybe for third at the moment though. Looks as if we've got Keris Wright still in there in second, and it is Boyce still in third. And we don't quite have a name for 388, who's just hovering around that third spot at the moment.
Yeah, no, 387, Keris Wright was the last athlete on my list. I wonder if that's a late entrant 388. So apologies to 388, but for at the moment, a mystery runner moving into third place.
Great number 388 though, really like it. Strong.
She just own it now, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever her name is, just put brackets 388. So apologies to her. She is having a great run. And the rest of these athletes making their way here through the wooded section. The end is in sight. They can start thinking about home, thinking about trying to squeeze out that last bit of effort. I mentioned it before, they probably would have walked this course with their teammates, with their parents, with their coach. We saw a few of them before we came on air, these big groups of club young athletes walking the course together, smiling and waving. Hopefully they know exactly where they are. They've probably got 2.5 minutes left worth of effort. Just empty the tank.
It's really interesting, isn't it? I always see face paint in cross country and I absolutely love it. Why does that not make an appearance in the track? We need to see more of it, I think. But it is Christmas still at the front, and she is looking strong at the moment. She has a good 20-metre lead. The battle really is on for second and third at the moment. Wright, Boyce and 388 is in there. Just wait and see how it unveils as they come around this corner. It is starting to get churned up, and we saw in that very first men's European relay trial race over 1500 metres how we had a fall around this final corner. And it is 388 taking the lead for that second spot at the moment. Boyce just in second, Wright in third, and who do we think is going to get this one? Hannah, 388's looking good at the moment.
388 is looking good. This long straight is deceptive. Keris Wright looked over her shoulder. I thought, is she tired? Is she fading? But Keris Wright did look like she was going to launch a sprint finish, and we've got a new athlete coming in there, the black strip. We haven't seen her so far. She's launching a challenge for second place. It does look like Jasmine Christmas could be home and dry in the lead, but you can see spectators crossing the course at this point. That shows you really how long this finishing straight is. But Jasmine Christmas has been out there in the front for a long time, made a move around about halfway through this 3K race, and she has held on for the win. And look at that aggressive fast finish there from perhaps Talia Padmanabhan of Gerscombe Harriers. Or was it 377? It was Maya Schofield, Rotherham Harriers. backing up her second fastest leg at Mansfield. That was a brilliant second place there for her. Jasmine Christmas was third at Mansfield, converts that into a first here. A really great competitive race.
Well, it was controlled and comfortable, wasn't it, from Christmas, and she looked strong throughout. It was probably in the opening kilometre where she took the race away from the rest of the field and made them chase after her, and she just timed it to perfection in the end. Nobody could catch her, but what a sprint finish from Maya Schofield and Rotherham Harries in that black strip. Scorching finish from her. And they look tired, don't they? They do look tired, and that is good to see.
There is nothing quite like the fatigue after a cross-country race. It's like someone's punched you in the ribs, stolen a bit of your soul. You sit on the sofa for the rest of the day, very, very tired, but probably pretty satisfied as well.
There's nothing quite like that feeling where your lungs just feel empty, but it feels quite satisfying, doesn't it, as you say. And when you can sit on the sofa later this evening and watch the World Cup or Strictly Come Dancing or whatever it is, it's yeah, satisfying indeed. Oh, this is the under-13 girls race, just crossing the line. We've got the under-13 boys coming up in about 3 minutes time. It's scheduled on the clock for 11:20, and that again over the same 3 kilometre course. We then have the under-15 boys, the under-15 girls, before we start to move towards some of the European trials. First one 12:05 in just less than an hour's time. It's the under-17 and under-20 junior women's race, which incorporates the under-17s. It is good to see already. So many people here. It is early on a Saturday morning, and it does just seem like this finishing straight never ends. It's like a conveyor belt of athletes. It's like waiting for a suitcase at an airport, and it's never yours at the end. But yeah, excellent to see.
It really is. I think we used to run. I think we used to run more down the outside, right back. You can see the line of trees up in the right-hand corner. We used to run down that line of trees a little bit further and back up this finishing straight. But it's still long. We were talking about it in terms of that mixed relay trial. We had those 2 short 1500 metre races. People start kicking out of that hairpin turn, and it's still a long, long way to go. You've got to judge your effort. And I do think that'll be particularly important as we look towards the junior women's, junior men's race. There's always so much drama for those team slots down that finishing straight.
It's pretty tough as well when you go around that hairpin bend and you basically stop to a walk and have to pick it up again to sprint to the line. The amount of lactic that just brings into your legs at a late stage, and when you're starting to get towards the 8 and 10 kilometres later on, it really is a bit of a gut wrencher, and your legs, they want to stop, they feel like lead, but you're picking it up through the mud, and you've got people cheering for people behind you as you come through the finish. It really is exciting, but you know what a finishing straight it is.
This is the under-13 boys. They'll do the same course as the under-13 girls. 1 large lap, 3 kilometres. I'm going to keep my eye out for Rudy Lang. He'll be wearing 4:07 on his chest. He was 2nd at Cardiff and 2nd at Milton Keynes. So I kind of feel I'd love to see the young Scottish athlete get a win here. He is there right in the middle, 4:07 on the chest. You can see that sprinting technique. He's a Scottish under-13 1500 metre record holder. Took that record from Josh Kerr. Went on to get a bronze medal at the Olympics last year in Tokyo. So Rudy Lang there at 4:07, never scared to take these races on, to lead them, and it's been heartbreaking to watch him pick up 2 seconds. And I'd just love to see Rudy Lang get a win today, but he's got some stiff competition down there already. You can see 4:03 Noah Homer at Birchfield Harriers. He beat him at Milton Keynes. He was the winner that day. It's got Fred Jones, Wolfson Bilston, very handy runner, tucked in there just behind those middle 3. Some of the league athletes making their way around the outside as well.
Well, Fred Jones, part of the trio that won the National Cross Relays very recently, and Wolverhampton and Bilston having something of a rise once again in that club through their sort of young cross-country runners, because they performed excellently in lower age groups at the National Relays, and Wolverhampton and Bilston, if anybody knows, over the years, back in the 80s, 70s, 60s, were one of the mega clubs within the UK, and certainly somebody like Fred Jones having an impact on that club and their success over the cross-country courses this season already. And yeah, great to see him towards the front already.
This is aggressive running here. 2286, one of the league runners, not on my list. Hopefully Scott might be able to help me out with that one. We've got a lot of entrants here. We've got the cross challenge entrance, but then also the league entrance as well. We've got 2 league runners up there, alongside the likes of Rudy Lang, Noah Homer, Fred Jones. Really seem to be pushing it on.
Well, the 2286 is Will Delamere from Southport Waterloo, whose sister I think we saw very earlier on take the under 11 girls race. So maybe a double win on the cards for the Delamere family today.
William Delamere, certainly one of those athletes pushing it on. That's Fred Jones at the moment. They're really going at this race. There's not the same sort of tactical relaxation, sort of sitting and kicking that we saw in the previous race in the under 13 girls. If they can keep this up, Rudy Lang, second place finisher at Cardiff, and Milton Keynes at the moment just sitting back there in the 4th, 5th place. You do have to wonder, you have these men pace this right. Louis Hemmings there at Peterborough, a Lean Valley athlete. He's another athlete who's had a couple of top 5 finishes in the cross challenge series so far. So there's a lot of experience being left behind in this race. Could we see some dramatic changes in pace as they move towards the last kilometre?
Well, they've taken this one out quickly. They've taken it out early, and it's already an exciting race, and we're not even a third of the way through just yet. And the guys at the front, Delamere and Jones, trying to tussle for the lead, but it's interesting to see how much they give this early on. You want to be patient, don't you? You don't want to take it out so hard that everybody is just drafting in behind you. You need to have something left for that final 200 metres in the finishing stretch, because it is a challenge, and it will all unveil itself very shortly. Great to see these young athletes towards the back of the field digging deep, and some of them I think they've got smiles on their faces, which is always good to see.
It was brilliant when some of them were walking the course and they were smiling and waving at the cameras. Again, we were talking about new experiences these young athletes are having here. The chip timing, massive crowds watching. They would have maybe parked up with their parents and got out the car and gone, wow, this is bigger than the normal local cross country I do. And then they get to see a few cameras as they make their way around.
It's a lot bigger than a school field, isn't it? Where I think a lot of these young athletes will have had their experiences doing cross country so far. Certainly those that may not be attached to a club yet. If they're not, we certainly encourage them to get down to their local club, because that is where the action happens in athletics. And Zach Thomas from Lancaster and Morecambe there, just going past the screen. Great to see from him. Try and give them as many a shout out as possible, because I'm sure when they play this back later this evening and they send the clips to their mates at school, they will be delighted to have got a shout out on commentary here. We're about 4.5 minutes deep into this race. The athletes just drifting away from our view on camera towards the back end of the course, and it's where they sort of do this horseshoe shape.
It's coming out of this large lap, like you say, Scott. Let's see what's happened. There's some big moves going on. They look like they're almost sprinting flat out into this section. And it is still Fred Jones of Wolves and Bilston. Hats off to this young man. He's got himself a bit of a lead here, and he's asking everybody else to come and chase him. Noah Homer, the Birchfield Harriers, having a go at the moment. 4:03. Is that still William Delamere keeping himself involved? Rudy Lang, the Scottish man, not quite as high up in these races as he has been so far in the series, but there's still a decent amount of running left to go, and Fred Jones is grimacing, piling on the pressure, but you can see it's hurting him as well. If I was Noah Homer's coach or parent, I'd be on the side saying, Fred looks pretty tired, keep pushing, he might come back to you.
Well, this is the second time I've seen Fred Jones race, but he seems to grimace the whole way. He's a real grafter, and it is great to see, isn't it? Absolutely love seeing young athletes digging deep. And here we've got another one of his Wolverhampton and Bilston, Sammy Ball, who was racing at the National Cross Relays recently as well. Another Southport Waterloo athlete there as well. And it is a challenge as they start to work their way through the wooded section, through the leagues, and Jones is at the front. Can he hold on to that with Homer and Delamere chasing? So how is Manchester represented here as well? So many different clubs coming up to Sefton Park today to take part.
I love the fact this can be a real family affair if you're open to it. You know, if you've got an older sibling and so often we'll see these club vests from far and wide, but it could be that they've got a brother running the junior men's race and stuff like that. Fred Jones, Wolves and Bilston athletes, still holding on to this lead at the moment. And he's working really, really well. He's probably round about that C marker you can see up on the graphic of the course up in the right hand corner, perhaps starting to make his way through that very top section. But this is a good lead if he can maintain that momentum. And we could see Fred Jones hold on for a great win here. That'd be one of the best runs of his season so far.
He's got real cadence, hasn't he? His legs keep ticking over, and he's looked tired, hasn't he, for the last kilometre or so, but he is still ticking over, and he really does have a good, for a young athlete at under 13s, has got a real nice running form and has navigated this course well. And they're fortunate, while this is an uphill section that you can see on screen right now, it is quite dry, and that definitely helps when you're trying to trudge up the mud. Here is Noah Homer, just managed to break away from Delamere of Southport Waterloo at the moment, and Homer in that blue strip Birchfield man. We usually see him in a black strip, is digging deep at the moment. He's fluid and flying over these leaves through the trees. Looks quite calm, looks quite composed, good arm swing still. Hasn't quite felt the effects of this 10-degree weather just yet, and Delamere looking good, striding away, and he's got a big lead as well ahead of the athletes behind him.
Here comes Rudy Land, the 1500 metre specialist. Has he got one last turn of pace as he moves forward into this last 400 or 500? Nervous look over the shoulder there for Noah Homer. We have got the figure of Fred Jones just in there, hugging the tape really close to the spectators. Noah Homer, though, is moving well. And Fred Jones is starting to struggle at all. Noah Homer could be the man to pick up the pieces. William Delamere building his pace as well. Rudy Lang still in shot. There is a big lead here, though, for Fred Jones. This will be a great front-running effort from him.
Well, the head-on shot is almost misleading, isn't it? It makes everybody look so condensed, but Fred Jones has a compelling lead at the moment. Homer trailing some 20 or 30 metres back, and Delamere about 15 metres behind him in third at the moment. Rudy Lang a bit of work to do in fourth, but may well have something up his sleeve for this final finishing stretch. Fred Jones grimacing, digging deep. He looks so good, he looks so smooth. Took it out around halfway and has not looked back since. And he's going to cap off a wonderful few weeks on the cross country. And this 90-degree hairpin bend as well, the 180-degree bend, is really interesting because it just gives the athletes a quick minute to look right and see who's behind them and how close they are. Fred Jones could see he is well ahead of the rest of the field, and Noah Homer chasing him rapidly, but we do not think Noah Homer is going to get there. And that white strip in the distance down this finishing straight is Fred Jones of Wolverhampton and Bilston. Noah Homer in second, Delamere in third, and Lang just that fourth figure right at the back of the straight. We are going to see our podium finishers, and it is Fred Jones coming through the line here. A look over his shoulder, he could spin and pirouette, and look at him just avoiding the muddy patch as well, doesn't want to get his feet wet. Come to the middle, his arms up in the air. Well, that is what we like to see. Fred Jones of Wolverhampton and Bilston takes the win in the under-13 boys race here. Noah Homer coming through the line. He's not missing the muddy patch. Delamere from Southport and Waterloo is going to come through for third. That is a big sprint finish from him.
Great running from those top three, and you can see right in the centre of the picture with a grey rucksack on, Mark Sherman, one of the most iconic photographers in athletics. He's done it for so many years, and he absolutely, maybe it's not him, no, it's not him, where's Mark gone? He'd be one of those camera people down there. He loves it when someone celebrates over the line like that. He hates it when someone stops their watch or looks down, and I think Fred Jones and Mark Sherman will say, thank you very much, Fred Jones, you've given me a great photo there. But Mark always used to come up to you and say, good race, and also really good over the line.
Well, that is it, isn't it? It's amazing that Fred Jones, even at his young under 13 age, is well aware that he needs to get the salute across the line as well. I don't know whether he has Instagram or Facebook or whatever, but I'm sure his parents will be celebrating as they see that. Well, we've just got another young athlete there who has worked really hard. Ethan Scobie of Gift Knock North. Thanks for that, Ethan. Well done. A great run from that young man, and clearly working himself to exhaustion.
It's kind of hard. Cross country is a beautiful, wonderful sport, but there's some aspects of this that aren't painting it in the very best light. And never mind. Oh, we can see that's great. We've got an official just chucking some wood chips over some of the. I don't know what you want to call it. Waste that's been
the byproducts of running cross country has been hidden under the finish line. I mean, I've never quite seen an athlete cross the line and spew their guts as many times as we have in our first 6 races. It's been quite an experience so far, but well, I've never seen the wood chips. They're well prepared. They've got the buckets.
I always thought the wood chips were just there because there's a lot of heavy foot traffic in this section, but now I'm going to look at it a little bit differently. But hey, that's it. Some athletes just got to tinker with your breakfast time, figure out what's the best timing and amount and type of food you want to eat for a race. Because you'd think if that's happening, you'd probably been in discomfort through the race as well. But this was a really fast and furious race. They definitely weren't relaxing and running tactically. It was a really big move. Sort of William Delamere and Fred Jones and Noah Homer and Rudy Lang as well, really pushing on very early on in this race. So it's been flat out gun to tape. And it's not surprising to see some people quite exhausted.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of these young men at the English schools cross country early next year. That's probably where their minds will be heading to as well. Their local county cross country championships very soon, and regionals as well. And the cross country calendar is always so packed, but it's a great thing for these young athletes to set their minds on. The British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, a great experience for all of them. Well, our next race on the course as things start to get underway, and we're about 2 minutes away from this. It's the under 15 boys, again over 3 kilometres, which is just one of our long laps here on the course. The names for all our competitors coming along the bottom of your screen now, and it's the under 15 boys, then the under 15 girls, and our final 5 races of the day will look towards selection for the European Cross Country Championships. This race, of course, whilst it's got some of the local Lancashire leagues, and then this is the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, it is also the European Cross Country Trials for the senior and junior teams and the mixed relay. We had the mixed relay trials for the men and women over 1.5 kilometres in our first 2 races of the day. It concludes with the senior men's and women's over 8k and 10k later on. But yeah, this is all about the European trials, isn't it, Hannah?
It really is, and I love the momentum that builds into this race. It's all anyone's talking about. I'm based in Birmingham. We've got a big university athletics squad there, and on it, from the second people walk on campus in September, about Liverpool, the trial, it's really important to the endurance running community. And that momentum and that excitement really grows as we move through the Cardiff Cross Challenge, Milton Keynes Cross Challenge, Mansfield Cross Country Relays, everything. People are looking at all of those races to see what that might indicate today on the big day when there's Great Britain's spots up for grabs. But these younger athletes, they will sense that excitement, and they'll know they're a part of something bigger. But they'll be equally, they'll be very keen to put on a good performance here today. And we see athletes travel from really far and wide. You can see some Scottish athletes in the middle there. I was picking them out on the start line. We've got Callum Dick and Luke Cullerton in the middle of the field, first and second in the Scottish short course cross country. That was recently. But these under 15 boys, they will know that they'll read about this online, they'll read about it in Athletics Weekly, and they'll know that this is a big important day in the calendar. And 4:35, Matthew Clark, Preston Harrier, just looking like he might be leading this big old group of athletes down this starting straight. He did take the win in Cardiff, second in Milton Keynes behind George Wilson. George Wilson wasn't on my start list for today, so Matthew Clark, already with a first and second in the Cross Challenge Series, is probably the favourite going into this race based on current season form.
Well, they've started promisingly, haven't they, in this under 15 boys, and as it's really interesting when we do the age groups in almost chronological order, because you can just see they start to get a little bit faster, a little bit taller, and you can see some of them have got a bit more experience. Their running styles develop as well, and it's a really great way to sort of just observe the development of athletes as they come through the age groups. And already we're starting to see a field that is much more strung out in some of the younger age groups earlier on.
There's Callum Dick, 441, the Gifford North AC athlete. Just moving to the 4 as well. He was the winner of that Scottish short course race a few weeks ago. I think it was 2.5k, and they're at 3k now. But I think it's also interesting, Scott, we see all 4 of these races all over the same distance as well. You know, the under 13 girls had to do 3k, and now we've got under 15 boys doing the same distance. So it does lend itself to those sort of track specialists a little bit when the distance stays short like this. But you know, if they're at the top of the age group, looking at those, that under 17 race, they're going to have to start racing longer. I think 4.4k maybe for the under 17s. But Callum Dick, Gifford North, still in the lead at the moment.
3k is a really good distance as well for the sort of 8:15 runners that may fancy a bit cross country in the winter months, and it just is enough to try and draw everybody together and gives everybody a bit more of a competition calendar than just the sort of 4 or 5 months through the summer.
These men just making their way around the large loop. Good group of athletes up there. We've also got another Wolves and Bilston vest. Fred Jones just took the win in the men's under 13 race. The club already having a great showing. But this is the sort of lonely section out here on the back part of the course, right down in the left-hand corner. Right-hand corner, sorry, of the race graphic up in the corner. You don't get a lot of coaches out here. Whenever I was spectating or trying to cheer on teammates, this is where I'd go, because it's quiet and it's lonely and you're just starting to get tired. I think I used to ask my dad to head out round here as well. He'd missed the finish, he wouldn't know what had happened, but I told him he had to be out here to try and encourage me.
Yeah, it's a good point, because this is 3 minutes in and it starts to become the point where it hurts and it starts to feel cold. That initial adrenaline starts to fade slightly and the lungs start to burn, the legs start to hurt, and that is where you need a bit of a helping hand. Just so many athletes in the lineup, it really is amazing, and I think this is one thing, and we'll see it when we get to the senior races later on. Cross country and athletics really is a competition for all people of all backgrounds, of all ages, and you'll see at some of the national cross relays recently and later on in the senior men's, you've got athletes that are just coming up on the scene, maybe have been a successful international junior, standing on the start line next to somebody from their club that might be a veteran 60 or something like that, and you don't get that in other sports really, and it's great to see.
We definitely will see that as we look towards those senior races with the league entrance, the local runners. There's going to be some big fields there. And these under 15 boys just making their way around this large lap. Last time we saw them, Callum Dick of Gifford North was up there near the front, as was Matthew Clark, Preston Harrier. Lots of good competitors in here. Owen Ulfig, that was the Wolves and Bilston athlete in there. He ran the fastest leg at Mansfield. And we did just see Fred Jones take the win in the under 13 race. It does look like it is still Callum Dick in his yellow Gifford North AC athlete vest, just pushing on.
Well, here they come back into picture around halfway on the course, and Clark is there in the blue, looking strong at the moment. This leading pack of around about 6 or 7 athletes, just looking strong at the moment. Sanderson of Settle Harriers is in there as well. Callum Dick in that yellow vest, looking strong at the moment. We've got Evan Grime from Salford Harriers in that red strip as well, hasn't had to travel too far today.
Andrew Baird in there, another athlete that's had a top 6 finish in this cross challenge series. Okay, already achieved that in Milton Keynes. Look at that technical cross country section, you've got to lean into that downhill. This is they'll be very familiar. So many of the league local cross countries and the school cross countries are really up and down and twisting and turning. This section here, and then they're going to head uphill just as they head towards the cops and they go back towards the rest of the field. That it's a little technical uphill as well. We saw that great break from Lucy Delamere in the under 11 girls race, and I do think that could be a tactic we might see from some of the other athletes in some of these races. But it's still Callum Dick in the lead at the moment. I think that's Andrew Baird there. No, it wasn't. The red vest was Salford Harrier, wasn't it? He's
Yeah,
just
Evan
sorting
Grime
himself.
in
Yes.
the Salford Harriers vest.
There he is, Evan Grime, yeah. But you do just feel like Callum Dick is he's just pushing on. He's putting in these little bursts and everyone else has got to get back involved. Owen Ulfig, that's the furthest up we've seen that white Wolves and Bilston vest so far. Matthew Clark, the Preston Harrier, just looking like he's struggling a little bit to go with this pace. I wonder whether Callum Dick is surging and then slowing down, because we're seeing this group, Constantine, kind of out and back a little bit. But the Scotsman, Callum Dick, at the moment in the lead.
Well, that first three, we've got Dick, Grime and Ulfig, and difficult to say who's working the hardest. Maybe Dick at the front is just working a bit harder, and Grime looking smooth, as is Ulfig, but it's where it starts to really hurt, and they need to find something else as they go into the woods. When they come back out, they will see the finishing straight, they will see the finish line, and they're going to need to dig deep. Dick at the front looks pretty relaxed on his face, doesn't it? Grime behind him, looking composed. Ulfig just trying to find that inside line and sit on the shoulder of Grime at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Ulfig is just trying to pick his way through this mud, trying to find the best line. You'd say, Ulfig with the better time at Mansfield might be the one to watch if it comes down to a sprint finish, but look like Evan Grime just took a jump on the field there. He's gone, he has kicked. Can Owen Ulfig respond? Callum Dick looks like he might be under a little bit of pressure. Nervous look behind there for Matthew Clark. He's in 4th place at the moment, but Luke Cullerton of Falkirk Victoria Harriers moving well there as well.
Well, it's a great shot as they come around this corner and start to head back past the starting straight, past the finishing straight, as they sort of bisect the two, and Grime is in the lead, Ulfig in second, Dick in third at the moment. Grime looking really smooth. That was a compelling break, wasn't it? Absolutely hammered the two athletes behind him.
We talked about, athletes come here and they look at the course. That's a big thing. They might have raced here before, but I feel that was a deliberate tactical decision there from Evan Grime. He must have thought, at some point in that woods, I've got to launch my charge. And if he had been able to look behind, he would have seen that Owen Ulfig was at the back of that group, perhaps trying to choose his line, perhaps not paying attention totally properly to the race, because Evan Grime opened up a huge gap very, very quickly. And Owen Ulfig has got to give it absolutely everything. He's got round about 100 metres to go. The Wolves and Bilston athlete, he could claw back Evan Grime. We could see back-to-back wins for Wolves and Bilston. Fred Jones just took the under-13 race, but Evan Grime is going to be desperately trying to muster something, trying to find a bit more energy, a bit more turnover in his legs, and they're kicking towards the line. Owen Ulfig of Wolves and Bilston, that cadence looks a little bit faster. Is he going to have enough space in this field to just steal the win from Evan Grime? Evan Grime is kicking again. They are sprinting furiously for this finish tape, and it is going to be back-to-back wins for Wolves and Bilston. Same celebration as well. I wonder if they've been practicing that in the Midlands. Owen Ulfig joins Fred Jones as the winner here in these cross-challenge races. That was the under-15 boys race. Owen Ulfig first, Evan Grime in second, and Callum Dick from Giffork North holding on really well for a third place finish.
Well, that was exactly what the doctor ordered, wasn't it? Ulfig just timing that to perfection, and I think 10 metres out, Grime knew that he didn't quite have it in the legs, and the speed at which Ulfig was coming past him just couldn't quite get there. But congratulations to those two. Callum Dick as well, coming through for third in the end after leading for so long in that race. He's rewarded with a great podium finish, and Ulfig takes the points back to Wolverhampton.
Great competitive race. We could see Matthew Clark of Preston Harriers, who's still up there in the top 8 for sure. That will help his points in the overall standing. I don't think Evan Grime or Owen Ulfig have got many points accumulated so far in this cross-challenge series. There are still 2 fixtures to go. We look towards us back in Scotland in January. The cross-challenge hasn't been there for a few years. And to Prestwood Hall in Loughborough in March for the final. So there's still plenty of time for points and prizes.
This is definitely an important one in the calendar, isn't it? If you're looking to accumulate points for the overall Challenge Series, you want to try and get maximum points just before Christmas to put you in a good position, because you're never quite sure what happens after Christmas. You pick up a niggle, you might miss the race in Perth in January, and it means you can come back with a flurry, hopefully, for the final race in Loughborough. And there's just so many athletes here, I can't quite believe it. It still surprises me every time we look down this finishing straight.
It's brilliant. I think you're right, cross country can get super congested after Christmas. You chuck in the English schools championships, but there's a whole load of qualifying races leading up to that. Got the inter-counties, and again you've got to do your county championships to qualify for that. I remember being a young athlete between January and March, and you could race every weekend if you wanted to, so it does get a little bit harder. And some of these athletes will be so focused on something like the English schools, that you are totally right, Scott. These 3 cross-challenge events before Christmas, probably a good tactical decision if you try and pick up a lot of points in those 3.
Particularly if you have the appeal of a nice indoor, warm and dry competition. You've obviously got the Northerns and the England Athletics Age Group Championships as well. They always come to the calendar, and certainly some of these athletes may fancy turning things around if they've done plenty of early winter schools cross-country races as well. Just look and see a few Sedbergh school vests as well, which is not too far away from here, just towards the Lake District, and great to see them racing. They do a fantastic school cross-country race every year that everybody takes part in, and it is a bit of a challenge, and certainly it makes Sefton Park look easy. Good dog watch again, great to see. Not sure whether they're here for the cross-country or just here for a Saturday morning walk. It would be a bit of a surprise, wouldn't it, if you turned up to walk your dogs and you saw all of these cross-challenge tapes and people in shorts and vests, and you would think they're slightly crazy at this time of year, but they are here for good fun and all about the mud.
It is quite a spectacle, and there's all that tape out. And equipment and the officials and the athletes. This is the under-15 girls. One last race over 3 kilometres before we extend the distance out for the next few races. Under-15 girls, and then we'll turn our attention towards the combined junior and under-17 women race. That will be a trial event for the European Cross Country Championships that are taking place in 2 weeks in Turin in Italy. This race last year won by Zoe Gilbody. You'll see her in the under-17 category. She's progressed really well, leapfrogged straight into looking very comfortable in the under-17 category, but these under-15 girls, this is their one last sort of calmer, less stressful race. You know, maybe next year when they try and get themselves involved in that combined under-17, under-20 race, that can get really hairy. But again, one large lap. And the lead athletes in here, got the likes of Libby Hale, Welsh Schools 1500 metre champion. She took the win in Cardiff. She had 5.37. You can see 5.34 and a Cardiff vest in the middle there. That's Millie Gold. That's a Welsh international cross-country runner. She won in Milton Keynes. 2 really strong Welsh athletes in this field. They're very used to racing each other, and they'll get another chance to do so today, but they'll have some stiff competition from the rest of the British girls down there.
Well, they're just trying to keep warm, aren't they, on the start line? You can see a few shivers and hands being held and the shoulders scrunched up to their ears, and as they get called and step to the line, our marshals in those white high-vis jackets try and get out of the way. Not that easy to try and squeeze through when you've got a few hundred eager athletes on the start line. And away they go. Just goes to show what a iconic sight this is of so many cross-country races as the athletes come out of the trap. Sometimes they have pens depending on the race, and certainly they will do for the local area championships, and that's a different experience in itself. But you can sort of see the athletes on the left hand side of your picture. They're drifting towards the right so they can get almost that racing line that you might see in Formula One, and already a couple of rugby AC athletes towards the front.
There's no better feeling than getting that cross-country start line right. It basically, unfortunately, involves probably propelling yourself against the two athletes either side of you. But if you can get that right, it's almost like a slingshot, and you just fired out the front of that field. but it's about 50-50 whether that happens or whether you're on the receiving end of someone else's kind of explosion off the line. It's stressful, and my dad would always say, you've got to sharpen your elbows. You've got to fight for your position on that line, because if you don't, you end up way down the field, and then you're just battling through hordes of runners. And you can see on that sharp right-hand turn they do at the end of the starting straight, you can get pinned on the inside, and this athlete's just flying around the outside of you. 551 Shakira King, Reek and Saw Valley, the same club as Zoe Gilbody. So another club that really knows what they're doing with this age group. She navigated that opening straight really well. And she's got a lot of athletes for company. This is the group just heading off on their large lap.
Already they start to go down the dip and work their way back out, away from the finish, towards the furthest away part of the course. Got Isla McGowan in there as well. And, towards the front, McGee from Rugby, Doran as well, 5.26 just in second at the moment. Shakira King doesn't quite fancy the cold weather and has got her leggings on. I don't blame her, to be honest. You don't want to get mud all over you. You've got the leggings on, you certainly don't have to hose yourself down afterwards, but it's not too muddy out on that course today, is it?
See Libby Hale there, the Swansea Harrier vest. White vest with the green hoops, 5.37 on her chest. She was a runaway winner in Cardiff. She went flying off and no one else could get back on terms with her. I think in this field, Libby Hale perhaps thinking she wants to just settle in a little bit, let someone else maybe take the pressure, take the lead. You can see 5.38 there. 5.86, getting my numbers muddled up. Bethany Trout, another Shrewsbury AC athlete. She was third in Cardiff, sixth in Milton Keynes. So good performances from other Shrewsbury athletes earlier on this morning.
Well, this is where they start to head away out of our sight very briefly, and they navigate their way through the chicanes on the bottom right-hand picture of our map in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and just see our camera positions. If you're ever a little bit lost, just keep an eye out on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That is the circuit, that is the course here at Sefton Park, and the camera's just indicating where our view is. Start to head towards that 180-degree turn, that horseshoe in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and navigating the stream as well, and back towards the finish. Lots of nice twists and turns, and to be fair, it's a relatively flat course, isn't it? It's not got too many steep inclines that we can see on some other cross-country courses, but it is good when it's firm underfoot.
No, in this course here in Sefton Park, you are right, Seb. It's Scott. Sorry, it is pretty flat. It's got these annoying drags. I think this section here, particularly when we're just starting to get tired, is ever so slightly uphill. But what's great about this course here in Liverpool is it often mirrors what you see at the European Championships, and that's why it's such a good venue for this European cross-country trial. When we look towards these older age groups, you need something that you're then going to go and meet on the continent, so you're picking up the very best team that can represent you over against the best of Europe. But it's also, a lot of the league cross-country races have really sharp hills in, ditches and stuff like that, which are very character building and very testing. But I also think it's fun, these cross-challenge events, you can get some decent running in there, along with a bit of hills and mud.
Yeah, it's everybody sort of enjoys earning their stripes in the mud and hills and ditches and coming out up to your hips covered in mud, but when it gets to that European and world cross-country stage, and we're certainly in Bathurst in Australia in February when it's 25 degrees, it is not going to be muddy, it is not going to be boggy, and there's not going to be a lot of ditches. There may well be a few hay bales and stuff to hurdle over and steeplechase over, but it's this type of technical twisty turny course where it undulates ever so slightly that begins to be a bit more challenging. And as the athletes come back into view, it looks as if still at the front it is Trout leading things.
There's still Bethany Trout, Isla McGowan and Shakira King, that top three across the field there. Still got Libby Hale, 5.37 slotted in there as well, and Katie Pye, Aldershot Farnham and District. We know that vest very, very familiar at the Liverpool cross country and on that GB cross country team. So many of those Aldershot Farnham and District athletes managed to push themselves onto the British team selection You can see 5.71 there, Katie Pye, covered in mud as well. I think that's showing us that this field is just starting to get churned up a little bit. She's more in the pack, and you can see the way she's covered in mud for her sins for being there. I think that's Grace Igoyi of Rotherham Harriers AC slotted in that top group as well.
Shakira King still towards the front, and as they start to head back towards the finish and start to have eyes and brains thinking about when they can make a move, because it's still quite congested at the front. This 3 kilometre course, not quite as long as perhaps some of these athletes may be used to. It's a good challenge because, as we said earlier, it attracts some of the 800, 1500 types, and Shakira King certainly one of those, and maybe she's got a bit of a sprint finish coming towards the back end of the race.
Now going to start winding it up, start thinking about home, but you've got to judge your effort right. Shakira King's looked fine this whole race. She's looked super relaxed in the lead there, wearing the long leggings and the light blue vest. 5.51 on her chest. Shakira King, just to me, yeah, she looks very comfortable. Libby Hale, this is totally different tactics than we saw from her in Cardiff. She's just sat in there biding her time in the group. Bethany Trout has been on the front of this group for much of the race, alongside the likes of Isla McGowan as well.
Well, maybe this is the first break we're seeing. King at the front, just breaking away 5 metres ahead. I think a couple of them just trying to keep eyes and ears on this. McGowan just trying to close that gap, but it can change so quickly in cross country, and as you've got your head down looking at the muddy grass and field in front of you, suddenly somebody's broken away by 5 or 10 metres, and Shakira King tried ever so slightly then, but she has broken up this field, and it is 3 of them now at the front.
Libby Hale really covered that move. She looked like she's been content sitting in this pack. 5.37 there, the winner at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Libby Hale really responded to Shakira King. I feel, you know, so did 5.60 there, Isla McGowan as well. She was paying attention, she was waiting for that big move, and it's a good move from Katie Pye, Aldershot, Farnham and District, just trying to stay on terms. But Libby Hale, for the first time, just takes the lead. This is almost exactly the point where we saw the previous race. Yeah, Ethan Grime try and win the race. He didn't judge his effort quite right. He ended up getting overhauled by William Olphig. But Libby Hale is having a go here in this under 15 women's race.
Well, Hale looking smooth. King just on her shoulder. McGowan still in touching distance at the moment. And it is that corner which proved to be so crucial towards the finish in the under 15 boys a few minutes ago. And Hale has tried to do something very similar here as they come back and bisect the finishing straight and the starting straight. Who is going to come out on top, because there is so much running left to do. They have that 180-degree hairpin bend at the bottom. King has taken the scruff of the neck and is in the lead once again. McGowan in third, Hale for Swansea in second. Aldershot, Farnham and District just sitting back in fourth at the moment, but it is the 3 at the front. And Shakira King, as we said, in the long leggings, kept out of trouble for the whole of this race. She made a slight surge earlier on. Hale matched it. She tried one of her own. She now slips back into third, and it is Isla McGowan up into second now, looking good at the moment. Isn't quite away with it. There is still a good 300 metres to go. And it's this 90-degree sharp hairpin bend where they start to turn, and 180 degrees back round, and King doesn't even have a look. She knows she's clear. McGowan now 10 metres ahead of Hale, and Hale just getting caught on the barrier there as she came round. Her foot got tripped on that metal rod that's just holding the tape, and she's just losing a bit of ground. May lose out on this third spot now, but it's McGowan in second. Shakira King for Reconsaw Valley streaking away with this one. McGowan looking composed in second. And that is such a shame for Hale, isn't it? She's just drifted back. That little trip and slip on the mud around that hairpin bend didn't help her. But the race by Shakira King is the most dominant, and she's going to take the win here at the Liverpool Cross Challenge for 2022. And McGowan judged it to perfection in the end, and she will come away with that second spot and some valuable points indeed.
And that was a good strong finish from Katie Pye, the Aldershot Farnham and District athlete. You could see her coach Mick Woods screaming down that home straight, trying to encourage her to overhaul Libby Hale. Hard work for Libby Hale there. She made a winning move, and it's always so hard when that doesn't come off. And then, like you said, Scott, you picked out that stumble just coming through that hairpin. This is a technical course, but great running from Shakira King. She did look like she was controlling most of that race. We saw her have a bit of a go with around that kilometre, 800 metres to go, and it was almost like she enticed everyone else in. It was a half move. She said, well, this is kind of what I've got. And you see Libby Hale took the bait, tried to kick on, but really Shakira King was just toying with the field because she had a massive turn of speed in that last couple of minutes to open up that gap.
That final hairpin bend has already caught a few people out, and we saw it was perfect green meadow before things started earlier today, and it's now a bit of a mud bath. And I think Hale, she just seemed to catch her foot on one of the metal barriers that's holding the tape around the course, and I think she just managed to catch her toe on it, and it sort of stumbled her back. But certainly something they need to keep an eye out for, because that's only going to get worse. And if you slip and trip and catch, and it's not easy when you come through those technical elements of a cross-country course.
No, it definitely isn't. And this next race, we've got the combined under 17 and under 20 women to come, and this is really fine margins here in this race. Time and time again we see drama. There are 5 automatic spots up for the European Cross Country Championships in this race. This is the tail end of the under 15s, don't worry. There are the under 17s and under 20s getting ready to start their race, but things like that, Scott, when you pick out tight hairpin turns, not getting this starting straight right, we sometimes see fallers on this first corner as well. If you don't get yourself in the top 15, top 20 in the opening 300 or 400 metres for this race, your shot at that Great British team is really under jeopardy, and it's nerve-wracking. There will be a lot of drama and a lot of nerves flying around this field right now between the athletes, the coaches and their parents.
I think this first thing on the starting straight, maybe some of them haven't quite noticed, is that it is a bit of a puddle when they get about 50 metres in, and that is where some athletes who are perhaps 2 or 3 places back in this start may just struggle, because they start to splash their feet through and it becomes a bit more difficult for them. And if they have had a few eyes on some of the opening races, which you hope they've kept an eye out for, they will have seen that and will know that first 50 metres, nobody really wants to, right? Nobody really wants to accelerate out the blocks and sprint in that first 50 to 100 metres, but it is necessary, and we will see how these young ladies deal with it in just a couple of minutes' time.
And some of the athletes that practice this as well. In training, they might start a training session with a really fast 1 minute rep that would produce, like you said, you don't want to be flooded with lactate, but you've almost got to be, to give yourself a shot at staying competitive with this.
Well, the under 17 women have combined with the junior women, and the under 17s can indeed be selected for the European cross country team. It's worth just bearing that in mind. One of the athletes that we thought was going to be here and contest and still may be selected for the European team is a younger Jess Bailey. She had a wonderful year, really. She won the national cross country back in February, still only an under 17. She was a European under 18 silver medalist over 3,000 in Jerusalem over the summer, English schools cross country champ, 3rd in Cardiff, and she very recently had a gold in the World Mountain Running Championships as well. And I don't think I've ever seen an athlete so young that has won medals internationally on the track and in mountain running. I've never heard of it, but it's a shame she's not quite here today, but may well still be selected. I'm sure the selectors will be keeping that 6th discretionary spot open for her, all being well, and if she's willing and keen.
It's a shame not to have Jess Bailey here, as you say, Scott. It is a shame. That's why we do have that one discretionary spot, because sometimes you get very, very talented athletes that have disruptions. And another super talented athlete that I am so excited to see in this race is Ines Fitzgerald. You can see her there in the middle of the picture with 6:20 on her chest. She is a young athlete. She's still under 17, but she is breaking so many records in this age group. She's got the UK record for 3,000 metres, dipped under the 9-minute barrier all all on her own at the Schools International, won that race by half a minute to dip under that record. She also took 30 seconds off Jess Judd's road relay record for juniors. What she is doing, this young woman is from Exeter, is phenomenal. She's coached by Joe Pavey, Joe Pavey's husband. Joe Pavey was her coach, as Gavin coached Joe Pavey as well. So Ines Fitzgerald is with a very experienced, accomplished coach as well, and this is her style. She loves to get out the front, to push hard and to run aggressively from the gun. Alice Bates, the athlete just in that second, third position, the Kettering vest, red and white hoops. She tried to go with Ines Fitzgerald at Cardiff, and ultimately I think it really cost Alice Bates on that day. She faded all the way back down to fourth. But these athletes, if they want any shot at beating Ines Fitzgerald, you feel like you have to go with her because she's strong. She faded maybe slightly in Cardiff, but not really. So they can't afford to let her run away down the field.
Well, this is 4.4 kilometres, this race. We've seen them over one short lap and one long lap, and Fitzgerald is, I mean, she's already gone, hasn't she? Doesn't fancy waiting around, biding her time. Hannah Riding and Alice Bates amongst those at the front of the chasing pack at the moment. These athletes, as they come downhill, they've got to be careful sometimes because it can just batter your quads a little bit. Unfortunately, there's not any huge sort of downhill sections on this course, but it can be a bit tiring on those old knees and quads as well, so you've got to be in control of it when you come down the hill.
Absolutely right. This is them heading out on a small lap before they go and do a large lap. And Ines Fitzgerald doing what we thought she might, just trying to run away from this field. Just a reminder, Ines Fitzgerald is an under 17. This is a combined under 17 and under 20 age group. Ines Fitzgerald could run this race for, I think, probably 5 years. She'd be eligible to compete in this race, and at the moment just striding away. What I'm not totally sure about is there is a bit of a caveat where you have to be old enough to go to the European Championships. Jess Bailey came second in this race last year and wasn't old enough to even go to the European Championships. I do think Ines Fitzgerald is old enough, so I do think if she wins this race, she could be one of those automatic qualifiers. The field's just gathering behind her.
Yeah, is it not, you've got to be 16 before the competition, and I suppose if you're born September, October, November, you'd definitely be old enough, but if you're maybe one of the younger athletes in your sort of school year, you might not quite be old enough to go because 15 is too young. But Fitzgerald, I mean, I don't think she'll mind either way, will she? She's coming here to take the win today, absolutely first and foremost, and if she does that, she may well put herself in contention. The European cross country for the juniors, British Athletics selecting teams of 6. The first 5 are automatic, so if you come in the top 5 at this trials, we will likely see you in Turin in 2 weeks' time. The 6th member of the team is a discretionary spot. We've already got a bit of mud on the face of Meg Gadsby from City of Norwich in that very distinctive blue and yellow vertical stripe bib, and there's a lot of chasers, and I think they perhaps know that behind Fitzgerald there's 4 automatic spots up for grabs, and there is going to be a real tussle on. They're coming towards the end now of their first lap, the short lap. They'll then go on their long lap, which is the whole course, as you can see in the top right hand picture.
There's Alice Bates of Kettering just pushing on a little bit here. I was expecting to see Zoe Gilbody involved at this stage of the race as well. She was the fastest under 17 at Mansfield, second at Cardiff. She does tend to come through the field quite quickly, so we'll try and keep our eye out for her. But at the moment, Alice Bates just in second place at the moment, and Ines Fitzgerald, as she is in so many of the races she runs, just out there all on her own.
I mean, that is an amazing shot, isn't it, really? She's just got hundreds of athletes behind her, some spectators darting across the course as well, and whilst that lead on camera from this head-on shot may look quite short, she is something like 40 or 50 metres ahead at the moment, and that's after the short lap. And she does run gutsy, doesn't she? Always puts her heart on the line, and this is the start of her long lap. About 3 kilometres or so to go for Fitzgerald at the front, and she is looking to try and head towards the European Championships, maximise the points for the Cross Challenge Series, get that big prize in Loughborough at the end of the cross-country season.
We've got such a strong history at European cross country in this event. We've got the reigning champion Megan Keith. She's gone up in age group now. We'll see her try and make the under-23 team in the senior women's race, in the penultimate race this afternoon. But Ines Fitzgerald, if she walks away with the win in this race, that accolade, winning the British trial for the European Cross Country Championships, usually converts to a medal. The European Championships, that is generally how the form book goes. Previous champions, Charlotte Purdue, Steph Twell, took 3 titles consecutively in that junior age group. We'll see Steph compete in the senior age group a little bit later on as well. But it's almost harder to make this British team than win a team gold at the European Championships. This squad so often go on and convert their performances here into a team gold and individual medal wear as well. You can see Ines Fitzgerald just leaning into this slight hill. We were discussing that there is a bit of an incline here, and it can start to sap the energy out of your legs, and that's probably the tiredest we've seen Ines Fitzgerald look, but she'll be working hard into that hill. And she'll be aware she's put herself up there to be shot at. Alice Bates, the under-20 athlete, giving chase as well. That's still Meg Gadsby in 3rd place, but you can see when we're talking about 5 automatic spots in this race, it starts to get really, really congested.
Meg Gadsby just wearing the battle scars of cross-country with the mud limbered across her face, and she's in 3rd at the moment. I think she'll probably be well aware of where she is and the fact that she's probably got 3 athletes or maybe a bit more just chasing after her, because that is an ideal spot to be in. She's got a little bit of wiggle room as she looks to try and get one of those 5 automatic qualifying spots. And yeah, Megan Keith, she was one of 2 individual winners last year at the European cross country. She obviously took gold in the under-20 category. We got bronze in the team category as well, so we certainly, as you say, Hannah, we've got good credentials in times gone by at the European cross country in this age group.
Really have. That was that one magical year in Brussels in Belgium where they actually came 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which was absolutely obscene. You come 5th and 6th at the European Cross Country Championships and not even score for your team. We do convert that into great under-23 and senior success as well. As Alice Bates still holding on well, I think, to the 2nd place. We can't see Ines Fitzgerald at the moment, but her lead was so big before we can be sure that the Exeter athlete has probably already disappeared around that corner. Meg Gadsby holding on for 3rd place at the moment. 4th, 5th, 6th piling up behind her.
Yeah, that's just the sort of shoehorn section in the bottom right hand corner of the course, as you can see in the top of your screen. And Bates certainly just trying to stretch that lead out. Gadsby being chased by 3 athletes. She needs to try and stay within that top 4. I didn't realise there was a circus on the course as well. How lovely that. There is Fitzgerald looking strong. She seems not to tire. It's a really unique quality to have. She still looks strong and always digging deep. And here she is heading back towards the finish. Around about half a lap to go.
Ines Fitzgerald just striding round as she makes her way back towards that small lap. Alice Bates, she's stuck to her task incredibly well. Alice Bates will know she's capable of making this team. She's an under-18 finalist at the European Youth Championships this year, and she certainly wants a spot on that team. And Meg Gadsby just struggling a little bit as this group all rally behind her. That's Megan Harris of Chelmsford AC. She's led that group of 3 just into a qualifying time for this European Championships. It's heartbreaking. I do think if I get myself right, so at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 in this chase group here behind Alice Bates will not go to the European Championships if that discretionary spot is given to Jess Bailey. They got to get in this top 5. That's 7:03. Rebecca Flaherty of Bingley Harriers as well. She picked up a silver medal at the World Mountain Running Championship, so these little inclines won't trouble her one bit. We've got Beatrice Wood of the City of Salisbury in there as well. She was 44th at the European Championships in Dublin last year, so she's made this squad before. She knows what she's doing. It's really hotting up at the front of this junior women's race.
Well, Fitzgerald towards the back end of this course and is looking superb. She's looking supreme at the moment. Hasn't been challenged from the starting gun and looking very composed, digging deep. She just seems to carry the fatigue really well, doesn't she? And it's just a long stride, clawing away at the turf beneath those long 12mm spikes. Do we think today get the extra long ones out?
Gotta crack out your 12mm today. Probably looking, I reckon, looking a little bit longer if you're one of those senior races.
Big time.
It is. You've got to get. So Ines Fitzgerald, that lead is growing. She looks good. She's working hard. You can tell she's working hard. Alice Bates is working hard as well, and I do feel like that gap might be slightly closing. Megan Harris, first-year student at Loughborough University, she's having a really good year. Picked up 3rd at Milton Keynes, 2nd fastest at Mansfield. She's eating up that ground on Alice Bates ahead of her. She's judged this really well. Rebecca Flaherty, I mentioned, picking up that silver medal behind Jess Bailey, who wasn't able to compete today, I think with an infected blister. That was the story I heard. But Jess Bailey not here. Rebecca Flaherty representing that mountain running community really well, up in 3rd place at the moment. But Ines Fitzgerald can start thinking about home right now. I'm sure she's thinking, I'm very tired. I wish I had a 3rd lung. And I wish I could get rid of this fatigue, but she hasn't got long to go, and hopefully she'll be buoyed by the crowd, excited by taking the win here in Liverpool.
Well, she runs it hard, doesn't she? There is, I don't think anybody would question her if she just sat back and sprinted towards the finish in the final 400 metres or so, but she has dug deep from the beginning. But the battle is really on for 2nd and 3rd, isn't it? Because Meg Gadsby is faded backwards, and here comes Megan Harris, and she has definitely closed that gap, which was up to, what, 30, 35 metres perhaps, and Harris looking really strong now.
And that's Beatrice Wood in that blue vest in 4th place at the moment. Rebecca Flaherty is actually back in 5th place. That Bingley Harriers vest, so well known. And it is Meg Gadsby who's just slipped down into 6th place. We've got a fast finisher there in that white vest as well. So it could really be drama in the final last 400 or 500 metres of this under-17, under-20 race. Ines Fitzgerald, just to remind you, is an under-17. She is younger, the youngest you could be to be competing in this race, and she has romped away. We thought we might see this. She's broken records left, right and centre on the track, on the roads. And it does look like Ines Fitzgerald could be walking away with this race here in Sefton Park in Liverpool, punching her ticket for the European Championships. But they're gathering behind. Alice Bates is coming under pressure from Megan Harris, and Beatrice Wood is just trying to keep herself in that top 4. We do think 5 across the line automatically qualify, and then that bubble spot could be between Jess Bailey, the world mountain running champion, who's had to skip this race here today, and potentially whoever crosses the line in 6th place.
Well, Bates has had a bit of a resurgence over this final couple of 100 metres because she's been well challenged by Megan Harris, and Megan Harris just in that green strip really digging deep and trying to put the pressure on. I think they probably know, surely they know the qualification for the team, that both of those two will definitely be in, but you want to be in that top 2 or 3, don't you, just to try and confirm it. Ines Fitzgerald, though, well, she has been dominant throughout, and you cannot underestimate just how good she is. Bates, though, well, she saves some for a sprint finish, because look at that, she's just tearing away from Megan Harris. She's going to take 2nd. Harris is going to get that 3rd automatic spot for the European team. But here is the winner of the British Athletics Cross Challenge in Liverpool Sefton Park, and it is Ines Fitzgerald with a dominant display, and her head goes back. The fatigue is there, and she trudges through the mud at the finish, because that was green earlier on, and it's now about a foot deep worth of mud. And Ines Fitzgerald is a real talent and has shown that here today. Bates with that sprint finish, just getting in for 2nd, and Megan Harris with 3rd.
And we've got a massive sprint finish on here. It is going to be Rebecca Flaherty holding on to that all-important 5th automatic spot. That was such an important lift of pace from 7:03 there, just touching her watch, stopping that across the line, because Alice Wright of Brighton and Phoenix was powering through the field. She was the lady in the white vest that we couldn't quite pick out. I think it will be 6th place for Alice Wright, so she will have to wait and see the selector's discretion of whether she'll get that 6th spot or whether it could go to Jess Bailey. It was an automatic qualifying spot there as well for Beatrice Wood, the City of Salisbury athlete.
Well, you think if Jess Bailey puts her hands up and says she wants to go, she probably gets picked, doesn't she? Still only under 17 as well. I mean, what a battle if she was here today. That would have been with her and Innes Fitzgerald. We could have had a race for the ages. We hope that materialises perhaps in Loughborough later on in the calendar. Yeah, really great from Innes Fitzgerald today. She's still there, just lurking at the bottom of your screen, a bit fatigued, but metronomic performance really in the end.
Very, very, very tired women down there, giving it absolutely everything here in Liverpool. This race is absolutely brutal. See Ellen Weir just coming across the line, probably still inside the top 20. She qualified for the European Championships last year, finished 4th at the World Mountain Running Championships, but any slight chink in your armour on a day like this, and that is it. You will not make that European cross-country team. So we saw some qualifiers early on in the short course. James Hennigan, Callum Elson automatically qualified on the men's for the relay squad. Reve Walcott-Nolan and Kai Malunga on the women's side. And they're in that women's junior race as well. They can start to identify their teammates, led of course by Innes Fitzgerald, Megan Harris, good one there as well. Alice Bates with a great second place. We're going to start collecting more international representatives for that European cross-country as we move through the afternoon. Next up is the men's under-17 race, so a break from these trial races before we head back into the junior race. That's men's junior race is 12:45, senior women's race 1:05, and senior men 2:05.
Well, the under-17 men's race kicking off in about 3 minutes' time. We are amazingly on schedule. This has been run to perfection, which is always good. We like to see it. The under-17 men's race over 5.5 kilometres, and we'll be bringing that in just a couple of minutes.
This is the under-17 men's race. Just getting themselves sorted out on the start line. They've got 2 long laps. It gives them around about 6 kilometres. Just keeping themselves warm. So this is not a trial for the European Cross Country Championships. The previous race was, and the next 3 after this are the under-17 men's race. Just slot in between those. Some really exciting athletes in here. Connor Bell took the win in Milton Keynes and the Scottish short course race. He's here representing Central AC. He's on my start list, so very much hope he's made the trip from Scotland. He should have 786 on his chest. I think Central in yellow with a blue hoop. You can see some of them off towards the right hand side of the screen there. Also got Oliver Patton from Kilbarchan AC, second in that Scottish short course race. Always great to see the Scottish athletes make their trip down for these cross challenge events. And look at that, all pushing, all shoving off that start line. This all important first 300 metres. The spectators have got to keep their wits about them as these men are charging down the field. 8.72 in the middle there. Oh, he's disappeared already. It is too fast moving in this race. Just let themselves sort themselves out before they get to this corner, but we haven't seen it yet, but we do often see fallers on this first corner as well, or you can get pinned right by the tape and have to watch almost the whole field spin round the outside of you. 8 feet 5'5", Oscar Schofield, Sale Harriers Manchester athlete with one armband that matches his shorts, so I do like a colour coordinated kit, and the backward cap as well. 8.55, fastest leg at the Mansfield cross country relays a few weeks ago. He's used all that leg speed from that shorter event there to get the jump on the field in the first straight.
Well, it's a convincing start, isn't it? From the line, from Schofield. You can never quite miss him, always got that white cap on backwards, my kind of style. I like that, pink armband as well, just what we like to see. And yeah, Connor Bell just trying to chase him at the moment. This over 5.5 kilometres. They've got 2 long laps, so we'll be seeing them do this circuit twice. I'm sure they'll be well used to it. This time in one lap they'll be hurting a bit more than they are now. I haven't quite acknowledged it today, but I love a good autumnal tree, just when the leaves start to go a bit orange and yellow. And yeah, already this leading 3 really stretching the field at the moment.
Oh, they're not holding the back at all. This is really running hard right from the gun. We saw that in the under 11 race, or the under 13 race. Under 13, when Fred Jones, Wolves and Bilston went on and won in the end, really felt like they were just sprinting the whole race. This full distance, 5.5 kilometres, like you said, it's got 2 long laps, so you might be thinking, I'm going to run the first lap at this effort and then I know where I'm at and I can push on. But if you're not careful here, you might miss the move altogether. 8.39 just slotted in there. That is Isaac Morris. He won in Cardiff, just 7th fastest in Mansfield. Shorter race there, so it could be that Isaac Morris could feel a bit more comfortable as he moves towards this further distance. We already had a win for Cambridge and Coleridge in the under 13 girls race with Yasmin Christmas, so could we get another here from Isaac Morris?
Well, one thing we said earlier on was that the athletes really did need to start out the traps quickly and get out of the blocks on that start line, and Schofield definitely did that. He must have been listening earlier on. I'd certainly know that some athletes do like to walk around the course and play the live stream in their pocket so they can hear the commentary and find out what's happening. So maybe they are. If they are, they can always drop us a message on Twitter or something like that. But Schofield, I like that start. It's impressive, and he's certainly setting a marker, isn't he? And already the athletes drifting away from our view, but they will come back to us very, very quickly. And a couple of athletes in support is just on their warm-ups there, and Schofield slipping back into second as Bell decides to take the lead and front up and do some of the heavy work at the moment.
It really has brought that whole group back together. I mean, Oscar Schofield, it's not a bad decision to get yourself out of trouble and navigate those first few corners trouble-free. But Schofield perhaps just relaxing into this group. Isaac Morris as well has slipped back a tiny bit. It's like Connor Bell is keen to push the pace on, but that's already straight back up to a group of 7 or 8 athletes. Could be even more as they weave their way around these corners. Always leave the door open, let everybody back in it, and they can have a bit more of a burn up on that second lap. You can see the Radley vest there, Mill Ingram. Which Mill Ingram brother is it? That's the question. He always two. Quinn Mill Ingram there in his purple vest, getting himself involved as well. He picked up a 5th place in Cardiff. There's an awful lot of guys in this field that finished in that top 5 or 6 in the last 2 cross challenges, so lots of quality to choose from.
Bell looking good at the front. It's amazing how it was so strung out in the first quarter of a mile, but has become a bit more cagey as we've got around this first lap. And that first 5 athletes just looking quite composed at the moment. You can see they've settled into a rhythm here, and that is one of the benefits of running in a pack, that you start to build on everybody's rhythm as well. Just on that outside, trying to avoid the muddy patch, Hamish McKay of Aberdeen in the bright red shorts.
It was also good to see Oliver Patton up there. 3 Scottish men in this lead group. Hamish McKay pushing it on. Oliver Patton was second at that Scottish short course cross country behind Connor Bell. So the Scots getting themselves involved. The rest of the field, Oscar Schofield still looks comfortable, he still looks relaxed. And there's a lot of athletes for company. Isaac Morris hasn't really been outside of the top 3, top 5 or so. Could be just biding his time, trying to make sure he stays involved. They've come out of that further field and then back into the main field here to complete the second half of their long lap, and then they'll go and do it all again But hopefully they won't be thinking about that just yet.
Well, this is the difficult part, isn't it? You've had that initial adrenaline from the starting gun and you start to settle into a rhythm. Schofield certainly full of beans today because he got out so quickly, but now just working along with Patton, Morris, McKay and Bell just to settle in. And well, we are now starting to break away because we have a 4, don't we? And it is Morris, McKay, Schofield and Bell all in that leading 4, but we've still got another lap or so to go. It can change very quickly, and Bell doing all the heavy lifting at the moment, just a look on his inside and maybe just saying to the likes of McKay, come and do a job at the front because I'm getting a bit tired. And they want to make this an honest race, don't they? And that's one of the reasons we all love cross country, because it's not about having a pacemaker, although BMCs, we love them as well, but cross country you never quite know who's turning up, you're never quite sure what people are bringing, and pacemaker or not, you still have to get to the front and do that heavy lifting.
You absolutely do. This is strange. You can see this group is just starting to come back together. Maybe there is a slight group of 4, but they don't really seem to be stretching away. You can see it's almost William Rabjohn's Pool AC, I think, is the very last athlete in that group, in 8th place as well. And these men, they've got a decision to make now. Do you relax? Do you listen to your own sort of internal feedback system that's telling you you're going too fast? Or do you just take a punch, you roll the dice, do you get on the back of that group and keep yourself in that conversation? Ewan Thomas there, 8.66, one of the Welsh athletes. We've seen him doing well on the Cross Challenge Series already. He's got a hard decision to make there as well. Does he just push on and get himself on the back of Hamish McKay? And it's hard at this point in the race to make that decision. You've got Oliver Patton, and has just drifted back a little bit as well.
There's a real ebb and flow about this race, isn't there? The way they've sort of, that strong start, they came back together very cagey. It's now started to stretch back out again, and it's getting a bit more congested as they come round to conclude their first of 2 laps. And it's all going to break up at some point, and who's going to make a move? Will it be a very last ditch sprint? I suspect not, the way this race is just teetering. And that leading group of 4, Bell, Schofield, Morris and McKay, and also we've just got in there Ewan Thomas as well, who has put himself into contention and started to move nicely. And I wonder who he's named after, perhaps. British athletics great Ewan Thomas over the 400 metres, Welsh legend.
Carmarthen and district, he's from Wales, so
it's got to be Ewan Thomas, common Welsh name.
It is a common Welsh name, but perhaps just a coincidence. It's great to see Thomas push himself back into this top 5. And look at that from Oscar Schofield. It's like he's put in an injection of pace. And he's gone, can anyone match this? Is he just testing the field, or is it a winning move? Connor Bell has definitely responded to Isaac Morris. I mean, he's puffing his cheeks out. They're all tired. They're all going to be at heart rate through the roof, breathing rate through the roof. Isaac Morris, he hasn't tried to do anything yet. He's very just happy to sit there in 3rd place. And I do feel like he's just not really getting himself involved, not showing his full capability or all his cards, and he's letting Oscar Schofield and Connor Bell push each other, perhaps kind of tire each other out at the front.
He's puffing his cheeks a bit, isn't he? But he's still moving really well. And McKay is in there. 2 Scottish athletes amongst this leading pack of 4, and you just know that the Scots fancy themselves over cross country, don't you? All the hills, the mud and the amount of rain they have up there, and they certainly fancy themselves over cross country. And we've certainly seen the northern part of the UK performing well so far today, and just building a bit of speed as they come downhill there and across the wood chip and back around onto the grass. And it is still Schofield and Bell, and they have led for the last lap and the last 3 kilometres or so, and it has been pretty consistent so far. Morris hasn't shown his cards just yet, neither has Hamish McKay. He's looked pretty smooth and doesn't seem to be burning too much energy at the moment.
This is stressful to watch. They all just looking around and watching each other, and you just want Isaac Morris, for me, is just relaxing and running. Oscar Schofield is saying, go on, have a go, come with me, and everyone's just darting around. Connor Bell's having a look, McKay's kind of going, what's going on? 8.51 there, bit of a charge from William Rabjohns of Pool AC, and did think he might move through the group a little bit. He was 2nd in Cardiff, and looking like he could be pacing this really well. They're just making their way into this 2nd long lap. There's probably a good 2 kilometres or so to go for this group, so that's a long way to go. Could William Rabjohns use this backfield here to get himself involved in the top four there. All three do get to go and take a trip to a podium. They will get a nice little prize and a photo opportunity there. Of course you want to win, but there is the podium here at the Cross Challenge as well.
It's that sort of podium you want to sit on rather than stand on, because your legs are just aching and it's a bit cold as well, and maybe you've got a foil blanket. And yeah, Will Rabjohns has certainly built himself up from around about 12th to 5th now, and maybe can just start to reel them in. It looked as if, as the athletes sped away from our cameras, that Schofield was just making a bit of a break, and here he is with Isaac Morris. And we said Morris hasn't quite shown his cards, and now we know he's certainly full of beans, because Schofield and Morris leading this one out, and Schofield carrying on how he started because he looks strong from the gun. Morris, maybe he's just got a little trick up his sleeve as the race starts to draw its conclusion.
This is exactly what I would do if I was any good at cross country. This is where you want to pile the pressure on in Liverpool. This is an uphill drag as well. I think Oscar Schofield did it 300 metres ago up that other drag. He's just cranked that pace ever so slightly, and you can see what it's done to Connor Bell, what it's done to McKay. And Isaac Morris has just gone. It's almost like he was waiting for it. He's like, all right, come on then. But still, he's very stubbornly sitting behind Oscar Schofield. He could be on his shoulder, he could be trying to run with him, but instead he's like, I'm just going to stare at the back of your vest, keep this elastic band nice and short. I'm not going to let you stretch away from me. Could we have a two-horse race between Oscar Schofield and Isaac Morris?
It's quite intimidating, it must be, for Schofield, because Isaac Morris is a tall figure and you can just hear him puffing and panting and blowing his cheeks behind you, and you're never quite sure what he's got. Schofield certainly is doing the right thing. If he feels good, you may as well take it out, and if you back yourself, you've got to go from early on. But Morris just digging deep behind you, it's a bit of an unknown commodity. It's like having a shadow just tracking you the whole time. And some smart running here from McKay and Bell, just avoiding that muddy patch, and Rabjohns is closing the gap on them as well.
And McKay does look like he's judged that really well, almost not tried to respond to this move here, and he's just building a bit of momentum there alongside his Scottish teammate Connor Bell. Those do 1 and 2 at the Scottish short course, and reversing those positions at the moment. McKay just pushing ahead of Bell, but here comes William Rabjohns. This is another awkward uphill through this wooded section, round the trees, and then they'll head out around the field for one last time. McKay pushing on, Connor Bell trying to live with him, and William Rabjohns trying to catapult himself back onto the podium. 2nd place at Cardiff, 5th place here in the moment at Liverpool. This is some of the athletes further down the field, just completing the end of their 2nd long lap.
You start to look at this and start to feel pain for them. It almost hurts watching, but it certainly doesn't hurt for Isaac Morris, because he has taken the lead for the first time in this race and has diligently plied his trade throughout the last 4 kilometres or so. And Schofield, for the first time, perhaps just looking a bit more reserved in his running, shoulder to shoulder now on this slight incline. And Schofield, maybe this is the break. Is he going to start to pull away over the final 1,000 metres or so? Morris had a bit of a go himself, still in contention, latching onto the back of Schofield, the Sale Harrier, and it is all coming to a head, isn't it, just at the right time, and Morris has bided his time perfectly throughout this race.
Oscar Schofield there, he's just piling on the pressure. You do feel like Isaac Morris, maybe Oscar Schofield kind of opened the door a little bit, went, go on then, what have you got? And Isaac Morris took the bait, but he didn't really push. I still wouldn't write off Isaac Morris. I think he's going to stick to Oscar Schofield like glue, and Schofield's done so much of the running. This is going to take a toll on him mentally and physically. But it's how each of these athletes can rally and focus and really commit to this last, I think it's around about half a mile from this point on this course. But Oscar Schofield, look at that, he's bouncing through this mud. Looks really at home on the cross country. He was the fastest runner at the Mansfield cross country relays. That was a shorter course. We're back on a longer course here. Isaac Morris did look so good in Cardiff over this distance. So we're kind of meshing these two athletes together from slightly different ends of the spectrum in the cross country.
It's just so difficult to see, isn't it? Because those two athletes coming past the screen, looking at their faces, you couldn't quite work out who was in pain, who wasn't in pain. And Schofield are very different to Isaac Morris. Both of them have done things slightly differently in this race, but they are there neck and neck, and when we see them in this finishing straight, it's all going to unravel. We're catching up with some of the athletes inside the top 20 here, and plenty of racing to go for them, and a couple of places and more points in terms of the Cross Challenge Series results. It all counts, and Morris has finally taken to the front once again. Schofield digging deep, just biting that bottom lip as he starts to grit his teeth and go forward. Hannah, this has been some tussle between these two.
This is one of the closest sprint finishes we've seen maybe since those short course races. That was pretty tight at the start of the programme, but Isaac Morris, this is the second time he's gone to the lead, but it really isn't an aggressive sort of race winning move. Oscar Schofield, for the first time, he's starting to look a little bit laboured. They've got to navigate this tight hairpin turn. Has it got cut up? Can they both stay on their feet? You can see Schofield swinging wide there. He's got to rally. He's got to find something else in this closing stages, and you can see him lifting the cadence. But is Isaac Morris home and dry? He's grinding this out, pumping those arms, willing that finish line closer to him. William Rabjohns there, still on the charge for Pool AC, trying to claw himself back to Angus McKay. But it is going to be a win for Cambridge and Coleridge, their second of the day. Yasmin Christmas took the under 13 girls race, and Isaac Morris is going to back up his brilliant performance in Cardiff and take the win here at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. He's so tired, almost crawling across the line. He has practiced that, probably could have practiced a little bit more. Oscar Schofield hanging on well for second place, and it is going to be William Rabjohns charging through this field on the second large lap. He's paced this really, really well, and he's going to be rewarded with a third place and a podium here in Sefton Park.
Well, Rabjohns, what about that? From something like 12th up to third, has plied his trade perfectly, but the winner in that race, Isaac Morris, the silent assassin, just chipping away, doing everything, marking every move, and had so much left in the tank. And what a run from Oscar Schofield. He's going to have learned so much from that, and to put yourself on the line from the very first 100 metres and take it out is just shows what confidence, and you should never lose that as an athlete. He's definitely got great credentials, but to come second here in what a field and what a race that is very impressive indeed. But Morris from Schofield, from Rabjohns, the top three in the under 17 race here from Sefton Park.
Anyone watching there, my favourite moment of the day so far, Alex Adams of Stratford upon Avon AC. Maybe he was, look at him, don't know what it was, maybe just snuck into the top 10, maybe that was his target, but he looked absolutely delighted. I love that when you see someone further down the field celebrating like they've won. That's what's beautiful about cross country, about parkrun, about these things we do through the winter. You can just try and better yourself, and whatever Alex Adams' target was for today, I think he absolutely surpassed it.
It's only a race against yourself, and I think we're just looking at, if you look at Jasper Adamson there, I think he's got his shoe in his hand just on the right of the screen with that orange vest. An absolute try just behind our Marshall here. Marshall just blocking. I think he's got his that must be his shoe in his hand. It is, isn't it?
Ugh, what a nightmare.
I thought it was a pair of gloves, and I thought no, surely not, it's got to be a spike, but fair play, committed. He might have trench foot now, but he's certainly finished well here at Sefton Park.
We saw one of the under 11 girls have to stop on the line straight away, didn't we, and just put her shoe back on. But you can really tell the course is cutting up, looking at that finishing area there.
Well, next up then, Hannah, it's the under 20 men's 6.7 kilometres and 2 laps with the additional loops around the sort of F on your map in the top right hand corner of your screen. It kind of looks like, I'm not quite sure what you'd call that, like a peanut or something like that.
I think you need to buy peanuts from somewhere better, Scott.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even eat peanuts, but I think that's probably what they look like. But yeah, that's the under 20 men's course, so a little bit longer than the under 17s we've just seen. So we had to pause with the under 17, no European trial as part of that race, although the under 17s could compete in this under 20s race if they wish, and they can be selected for the European cross in 2 weeks' time. But this is it, away they go. And at the front already, I think, can we see number 1000 on our screen? Is that Blackburn Harrier? I hope it is 1000. What a number to have.
Yeah, that is maybe a lucky number today. 1,000 Alfie. No, I've got Alfie Pike down as 1,000. Oh, just wait. Oh, there's 1,006. That was Matthew Ramsden, the Blackburn Harrier. He knows his way around a cross-country course. Alex Malloy there. Cambridge and Coleridge just drifting his way through the field. Been a good day for them. Isaac Morris. Yasmin Christmas. Could Alex Malloy make it a third win for Cambridge and Coleridge? That would be quite the day. This field so often, I want to say, probably mostly dominated by Aldershot, Farnham and District. Historically, you can see just an Aldershot, Farnham and District vest drifting around the outside. That's Will Barnacut. He was second here last year and then went on to be the top scorer at the European Cross, coming 9th there. He's kept himself out of trouble, but this opening kilometre, 800 metres in this junior men's race, very, very important to get yourself in position. You can see someone just throwing their arms up there in the middle of the pack. You don't want to be wasting energy. You would be panicking at this stage. If you had aspirations of making the European cross country and you weren't in the top 20, you'd be thinking, I've got to get there, I've got to get there. So it's great to see these big names, if you like, towards the front of the field, and young Edward Bird as well. The Pool AC vest, the black vest there with the yellow stripe across it. He's a first year under 20, very accomplished at an under 18 age group on a European stage, but here trying to make this junior cross country team.
You are right though, if you want to be in that sort of top 10, top 20, you don't want to be sat in 40th, 50th, 60th in these opening 5, 6 a kilometre of the race, because it makes it so difficult. If you're back in 50th right now, you've got maybe 15 rows of athletes to try and get through, and it's not easy, and you just leave yourself with so much work to do, and it's not really possible. And you're right, Aldershot, Farnham and District at the front, starting to do some work.
That's such a big pack. All of these men bravely going with it. These 2 extra long laps do include that. All the loops, every single section of that long lap that you could do will be done by these men, and it will be done twice. And just heading out towards the field. Like I say, it's the quiet section. This is why you don't get the coaches, you don't get the support. And it was interesting to see Oscar Schofield really have a go around these sections in that under 17 race and their slightly shorter distance. And I do think a lot happens in this field out there, this kind of furthest away from all the spectators.
Well, you can see the spectators heading towards the race now as they start to move away from the start and finish. And well, what about this? A bit of a stretch early on. We'll just try and work out who that is. And at the front, I think
Will Barnacut.
Yeah.
So he, like we say, did come second in this race last year. That was behind Henry McLuckie. Henry McLuckie going to be having a go at that under 23 team, but it's those drags on this backfield that if you just lean into that and you just raise your pace a little bit, it's really going to ask questions of your competitors. And Will Barnacut just choosing to pile the pressure on pretty early. You can see Tom Bridger, Alex Malloy in that second pack. There's one runner that's gone with Will Barnacut. Haven't been able to make out his number yet. It's whether Will Barnacut will just relax and let the rest of this field gather back up, or whether that is Will Barnacut gone. Tom Bridger, Alex Malloy towards the front of that chase pack. Look at the mud on that guy in second. That shows what's going on down there. And that's Sam Mills, Exeter Harrier. Just saw Innes Fitzgerald and Exeter Harrier take the junior race. So Sam Mills doing well there. He was second at Mansfield, second fastest on the Mansfield cross-country relays, behind Will Barnacut. English School's 800 metre champion. And I wrote down, all right, he's 800 metre champion, good at Mansfield, but can he do it here over 6.7k? Because that's a lot longer than he might be used to. And look at that pack building momentum behind. They've got a lot of time to claw back in those other athletes. Maybe not Will Barnacut if he's got himself down the track, and Sam Mills if they've opened up a bit of a gap, but Tom Bridger and Alex Malloy have got to keep the pressure on that second pack. They've got to break it apart, because that is far, far more than the 5 automatic spots that are up for grabs for this European team.
Well, I saw Sam Mills race at the Northern Ireland International Cross Country in January of this year, and he won it as a under 17. Very impressive race that day, and he's certainly got an appetite for cross country, and I think he will be looking to try and make that team. He just needs the top 5, and already him and Barnacote stretching the rest of the field out. But it just goes to show. I love this section when we're up close with the athletes like this on the camera, because it just shows how fast they're going. It really is difficult, and I think perhaps sometimes people at home may not quite realise just how talented some of these athletes are, but they're absolutely tearing away with it in the course today.
So Will Barnicott stretching out here. He'll be so keen to make his second European cross-country team, trying to improve on his 9th place from last year. Represented Great Britain at Euro Under-20s and the World Juniors last summer. So really making himself a regular fixture on the GB team. Just Sam Mills for company here at the moment. And just a note as we look towards the senior men's team, there's one Axel van Christensen of Denmark, who was chosen to compete in the senior race. He is the reigning under-20 European champion. He's living and training in the University of Birmingham, does a lot with Will Barnicott, and I'm sure Will would have loved him to come in this race, so they could have really matched themselves up against each other, but Axel deciding to compete in the older age group to test himself. Will Barnicott is going to have to be the man to keep this moving, to make it fast, to make it hard, and just maybe test himself. But there's a big field of talent behind these two. If they haven't got this right, they could certainly get reeled in. Look at that, it's a pack of 15, 20 men all working together, trying to push themselves towards those automatic qualifying spots for that European Cross-Country Championships.
It's a really brave start, isn't it, from Barnicott and Sam Mills, and I think Barnicott's probably slightly happy that Sam Mills has gone with him, because otherwise he really would be he'd be the person to get chased down by everybody else, and it's a little bit isolating, isn't it, when you're at the front on your own, and Sam Mills just giving Barnicott a bit of company at this point. It's just what you like to see, and this is where they're going around that, what I call a peanut shape. It's almost, maybe it's a bit more like a hearing aid shape, do you think?
Yes,
do you think
you've
that's
got
that?
it, Scott, yes.
Just trying to find the right sort of household object, really. I'm way too young to wear a hearing aid, but I think I know what they look like. So Barnicott definitely just navigating his round around that F section, as you can see, and they're about to link back up with the rest of the course just by the C section. And we've got our graphic in the top right hand corner. You can see the little white cameras which just indicate where the camera is on your screen and what we're looking at.
You can see Osham Perrin in there, really accomplished runner, the Welshman. He holds that junior indoor 3k record from last year. I think it's 7:54. He's represented GB at European Cross before, but he's not done anything for a few months. I was wondering, Osham Perrin must have been struggling with a few injuries, because I don't think he'd let Will Barnicott run off around a field if he could do anything about it. He's a ferocious competitor, Perrin, but at the moment just looking like he's not quite in the shape that he has been in previous years when he's been at this trial race.
Yeah, Perrin, I can't quite believe he's still only an under-20 and a junior, because I feel like he should be in his 30s. I'm not sure why. It just seems like he's been around for a long time. Indoors last year, did he not beat Jake Whiteman at the British Indoor Championships, or have I made that up? I can't quite remember.
No, he's such a competitor. You're exactly right, Scott. We were saying, is he really still a junior? Yeah. He does have a tremendous late charge on him.
Yeah.
So I don't rule him out, but I do think if Osham Perrin was in tip-top shape, he'd want to be up here with Sam Mills and Will Barnicott, mixing it with them. So here's the best of the rest at the moment. They're making their way towards the end of this first lap, and there's so many of them. At 3:61 there, it's Johnny Livingston. He went to the World Juniors around 13:51 this season for 5k. Fantastic time for junior. Oh, we've got a faller a little bit further back there in the woods, just showing how technical this course is. Will Barnicott looking calm, looking relaxed. There'll be a lot of support around the course for this race. A lot of the men in the under-23 age group will be very familiar with these men, and they'll be screaming encouragement at them.
It's such an interesting time of year, isn't it, November, for a lot of athletes. As one young man's got his gloves in his mouth. It's an interesting time of year because for a lot of athletes, they may have competed into September, had a month off, and then spent 4 or 5, 6 weeks just building up training again, which would have taken them to maybe middle of November, and suddenly it's competition season. So everybody's at a slightly different stage. If you maybe got an early season injury, you might have started your winter work a little bit earlier and might just be priming yourself at an earlier time than some of the other athletes in the field, so you're never quite sure what people are bringing. And Will Barnicott, great summer, and just getting cheered on.
He's getting cheered on by University of Birmingham students, left, right and centre. That's probably not fair. So, well, there'll be other big contingents out there, Loughborough, St Mary's, Leeds, big powerhouses of endurance running. Never mind Aldershot, Farnham and District as a club. So important with our endurance running community. So here's our chase pack. We've said this a few times. This is the trial for the European Cross Country Championships. This is the chance to get all that kit, to get yourself on a plane, a trip abroad with your friends, and the honour of representing your nation. There are 5 automatic spots up for grabs in this junior men's race. I don't think there's a big person missing, not like Jess Bailey on the junior women's side. We think that discretionary spot might go her way. So we could see the top 6 in this race selected for the European Championships, but 5 are guaranteed, and that is what these men will be thinking about. And look at that from Sam Mills. Here's me saying he's an 800 metre specialist. Can he cope with 6.7k? And he looks so at home here, the Exeter Harrier. I think him and Innes Fitzgerald must have been doing some fantastic training to prepare themselves for this autumn season. Because Sam Mills, as an 800 metre specialist, running toe-for-toe with Will Barnicat, a top 10 finisher from the European Championships last year. He's having one of the best races of his life, I think, over the longer distances.
I mean, just look at the gap. There is nobody really in that field behind them, and they've probably got a lead of around about 80 metres you'd expect, and it's definitely creeping up. And Mills is perhaps doing a little bit like Isaac Morris did in the under-17 race, just sitting behind, biding his time. If somebody else is comfortable to take the lead and you can draft him behind them, why would you try and take it on yourself? You don't need to, do you?
Somebody in this pack is going to lose their nerve, and perhaps have to lose their nerve, because there's too many people there. You can see Tom Bridger is starting to struggle at the back of the pack, the Cambridge and Coleridge man, and his teammate on the front, Alex Malloy, is looking smooth. Now, Edward Bird, young athlete, I mentioned him a little bit earlier, bronze medal in the European under-18 3,000 metres. He won Cardiff as a youngster in this under-20 age group with a huge kick. So if I was Edward Bird right now, I'd be thinking, this is fine, I'm just going to sit, I'm going to chill in this group and fly through for those automatic spots. But a lot of the other men in that pack, they cannot afford just to bide their time and to wait. They've got to do something down this backfield.
Well, these are some of the chasers, but Barnicat, perhaps sensing a bit of pressure from Sam Mills towards the back end of the course, has just made a bit of a break of 5 metres. Mills looking to try and rein him in slightly. Doesn't need to try and do it all in one go. He can be patient, but if you're not in touching distance and somebody starts to slip away, it becomes very, very difficult to try and latch back onto them again, and it just takes so much energy when you have to surge to get back with the field. And this is a brilliant shot, just how far behind those chasers are. It is Barnicat and Mills and a whole host of other athletes looking for the other 3 automatic qualifying spots. Mills back in touching distance now, it seems, and they keep working their way further and further from that start line, and it's at this point they start to anchor their way back towards home.
This is so brave off Sam Mills. I love this. He was 10th here at last year. He would have missed out on that European cross-country team. He would have known he was close. He would have known he was capable. But instead, he's taken that risk. There's got to be a lot of men further back in that chase pack thinking, oh, why didn't I go and try and run with Will Barnicat? I could be relaxing now, gathering myself, instead of worrying about the stress of all these bodies around me. Because Will Barnicat and Sam Mills, they can pick the best line. Look at that. Will just nipping off to the right-hand side. Bit of firmer grass there and missing that real slop in the middle.
I think you had Sam Mills' coach just giving a bit of a cheer on, and as you said earlier, Hannah, this is the part of the course you want somebody cheering you on, because you are so far away from civilization almost. And here come the chasers. Barnicat, though, has made another surge as they come up the hill and through this technical part of the course. Sam Mills digging deep. He looks pretty comfortable, he looks smooth, he's got a good rhythm about him as a runner, looks nice and relaxed, good arm carriage, and he's not wasting too much energy. And some of these other athletes, as Lloyd Shepherd-Brown comes past the screen for Cardiff AC, Machine Perry just in there, you can spot him, and we've got plenty of other athletes just coming in here. And leading this one up is Jacob Deacon from Chorley Athletic Club, and he's looking strong at the moment. Got another Exeter Harrier in there as well. That's Johnny Livingston, still in touching distance, and those 4 athletes starting to break away now. And remember, it's only going to be another 3 from the chasers that are going to get the automatic qualifying spot, because it is the top 5 in this trial. They get the automatic selection on Monday when the selection meeting is. The team is announced on Tuesday for the European Championships in Turin in 2 weekends' time.
Looks like Will Barnicat, apologies, wrong Will.
Too many Wills.
Will Barnicat just stretching away here. Sam Mills That's what's happening in that group behind. It's getting super competitive. Luke Birdseye had kept himself out of trouble, but that could have been him just moving into third place. He won Milton Keynes, third fastest at Mansfield, and that's the first time I've seen Luke Birdseye kind of make his bid here for this European team. Alex Malloy has gone with him. That's your top 4 at the moment, if they can start to stretch themselves away from that group. Young Edward Bird from Pool AC looked like he was just starting to struggle a little bit, but remember, he's got that lightning quick finish. It's a big group there, so 4 just pulling themselves away into the top 6. Let me say there is 6 in that team for the European Cross Country Championships, just 5 automatic, and there's Edward Bird left behind. You don't want Edward Bird hunting you down in a home straight.
Well, Barnicoat, he took team gold last year at the European Cross Country Championships. He's going to win the trial here today, bar some sort of accident. I'm sure he's going to cruise his way through to the line, and he's going to be on course to try and better what they did in 2021. Sam Mills still looking good. Birdseye up into third, and Deacon sitting in fourth at the moment. We've got Alex Malloy in fifth, Livingston in sixth. Can Livingston in that Exeter vest try and claw some distance back? But it is Will Barnicoat with Sam Mills behind him now, looking so smooth and so controlled.
Right, good spot there with Johnny Livingston, the Exeter Harrier. Wouldn't that be tremendous if you had 2 Exeter Harriers in this men's race in the top 5? Innes Fitzgerald already qualified in that women's junior race. Well, Barnicoat looked like he might have taken, apologies. Yes, he did look like he might have taken a bit of a slip round that corner. Barnicoat just continuing to pile on. Well, he's not really piling the pressure on because there's no one there. There's no one there to experience the pressure. Sam Mills might be feeling the ill effects of it, but he's got himself such a buffer over the rest of this field. Surely Sam Mills is fine.
Well, Livingston just getting up into fourth there ahead of Malloy, and that could prove to be a very good move from him because he's just stretching into those top 5 spots and needs to keep the pressure on. Barnicoat drifting behind the trees, and I think there was Bird as he was just coming with that sprint finish.
Yeah, and that's a long way out still for Bird. They've probably got about a kilometre to go, I always think, where the rest of the field were. Probably 800 here to go for Barnicoat. University of Birmingham student, Aldershot Farnham and district man, doing really well to take this lead. But there goes Edward Bird. He is on the charge. I think he's passed Alex Malloy there and set his sights on Johnny Livingston. This is Sam Mills, the Exeter Harrier, covered in mud. That's his reward for sticking to the back of Will Barnicoat, and he could be rewarded with a GB vest here as well. Will Barnicoat, a courteously look over his shoulder just in case he thought anyone was there. They're not. He's really well and truly dropped Sam Mills. Let's hope Sam Mills is still moving okay. It would be heartbreak to see him getting caught after that brave decision to go with Will Barnicoat. He does look fine.
It's gutsy, isn't it? I've got a lot of respect for him for doing that because he probably knew that Will Barnicoat was the pick of the field and he went with it, and he's going to be rewarded with a seat on the plane to Turin, and that is just what he came here for, I'm sure. And I think that's Luke Birdseye in third, Deacon in fourth from Chorley, and I think we're just trying to pick out who is that. Livingston from Exeter, so he is in that 5th spot, but Ed Bird is chasing him down rapidly in that black and yellow vest, just gone out the top of picture, but it's Barnicoat at the front, and he has had a wonderful run here at Sefton Park.
Dead chuff for Will Barnicoat. Trains very hard, as all these men do, as so many people are going to be competing here in Liverpool. But Will Barnicoat had to settle for 2nd place behind Henry McLucky last year. He's converted that into a 1st place and a win here today in Liverpool, and he can start to turn his attention towards Turin, towards Italy. Could we see Will Barnicoat improve on his 9th individual place from Dublin last year? Could he start to dream possibly of a medal? But he will know that he can relax for the next 2 weeks and get himself in tip-top shape to test himself against the best in Europe, because the best in Britain could not get on terms with Aldershot Farnham and District's Will Barnicoat today. He's had this whole race his own way, 6.7 kilometres of it safely navigated, as is the honour of a clear winner. Gets to dodge that last section of mud and a great subdued celebration from Will Barnicoat. And time to look back over his shoulder and see what's going on. It is going to be a second place for Sam Mills. Like we say, 5 automatic, 6 spots on the team, and there's a bit of change going on further down the straight.
Well, it was a prayer to the track and field athletics gods, I think, from Barnacle as he came through the line. Sam Mills getting that second spot. He should be delighted with that performance. Now he cracks a smile. Birdseye coming through. Deacon just getting that 4 spot. Jacob Deacon from Chorley, and I think it's going to be Johnny Livingston from Exeter just holding on, and that is a big performance from him. Chipped through the field, and he has got that 5th automatic spot as the women off, up and away with the senior women's race. Can't believe we're already on the penultimate race of the day. Where has the time gone?
Yeah, we think we will have a bit of a gap between the senior women's race and the senior men's race, but obviously no gap there between the junior race. Well, Barnacle stamping his authority on there, but this race here in the senior women's side is going to be super competitive. A large field here because we've got the league race in here as well, but there's quality and quantity in this penultimate race here in Sefton Park.
I think just touching on that under 20 men's race then, the reigning champions in the team event, Barnacle was 9th last year. He's going to be looking to go a bit better than that and certainly get on the individual podium this time round. If you're looking at the 5 athletes that have automatically qualified there, Sam Mills, Barnacle, Livingston, Luke Birdseye, I mean, there's some great names in there, and surely nobody can beat them, surely.
I don't think so, Scott. Let's just give them the gold medal now. Let's be done with it.
Yeah, we can hang it on their next 15 days in advance. But
yeah,
I think
no one will mind.
I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, all that live engraving is very stressful. They should just get it done before. So this is the senior women's field. Just letting the athletes filter through the screen. 1 small, 2 large. So as we saw with the junior women, they did 1 small and 1 large. So they will do some sort of complicated twisty turning lap, which will be stressful for these athletes, with a large group at the front there. Pick out many of the favourites. Also previous European junior champion. So Gemma Steele a little bit further down the field, still competing really well. But that's a big old pack to try and navigate round these twists and the turns here in Sefton Park.
Well, it's 8.1 kilometres for this senior women's race, our penultimate race of the day. And whilst this is the trial for the European cross country, it's the top 4 that get automatic selection. The next 2 are down to form, their cross country records, etc., and a little bit different to the juniors, where it was the first 5 which were automatic. So we are eagerly anticipating a breakaway where we can perhaps get a sight of who that top 4 might be. Taking part in this as well, of course, we've got the under 23s who also have their own individual race within the European Cross Country Championships in 2 weeks' time. So we might have the top 8. We don't know, the top 4 might be, the first 4 might be under 23s, the next might be seniors. It's all to play for in this race. As already you're seeing a bit of elbows and shoulders just breaking things up in that leading pack, and it is a huge pack of around about 60 athletes.
It is a huge pack. I kind of feel like they're not going that fast. You can see Gemma Steele almost getting herself all the way to the front. She's wearing the pink bottoms edge, pink headband matching just over on towards the back of the pack. Having a bit of a resurgence, Gemma, part of the Charnwood AC gold medal winning team in Mansfield. Oh, I'd love to see Gemma Steele sneak onto the team. That would be brilliant. Hey, it's probably...
How good would that be? She ran pretty well at the National Road Relays as well. She, I think, 12 fastest of the day as well, so still going pretty well.
Such a common figure in that GB women's senior cross-country team for so many years. Hasn't been on it for a few years. But hey, all the big hitters are at the front. You can see Amy Eloise Marcotes there. So hasn't run cross country for quite a while. Amy Eloise, she did run Milton Keynes. She's the European indoor 3,000 metre champion from a few years ago. She's pushing herself towards the front of this field. Jess Judd just over her right hand shoulder. They both live and train in Loughborough, not together, I don't think. There might be some runs together. They're not in the same group as such, but this is just the rest of those athletes parting around that corner there before they embark on the first of 2 long laps.
Well, Jess Judd now, Jess Warner Judd. She got married in September. I mean, congratulations to her. It's going to be a bit of a... Well, it's going to take a bit of getting used to, Jess Warner Judd, isn't it? But I think she's updated her Instagram handle, so it must it's official.
Well, and what's great is her husband Rob is also entered as Rob Warner-Judd.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
apologies for Jess for my very first opportunity to use her new married name, and I missed it.
It takes time to get used to, doesn't it? It takes time. The European cross country in 2 weekends' time, but in February the 23rd next year, Bathurst, Australia, is the World Cross Country Championships. Great Britain looking to take a team. It's the first time since 2019 we'll have had a World Cross Country Championships. The team isn't selected until the end of January, so there's a bit of time. But for that, we have some time qualifiers as well. So we're looking for athletes in the women's category that have ran sub 32:30 over the 10,000 metres. So that includes quite a few of these athletes in here. But how many of these do you think may put their hand up and look to go to that World Cross Country Championships?
I think quite a few. I think Jess Warner-Judd would fancy her. I think she loves to race. We haven't seen her indoors for a while. I think that's something that she would love to do. And you've got some great young and up-and-coming athletes in there. You know, Saskia Millard, Alexandra Millard, Izzy Fry, Megan Keith, athletes like that. They could get a lot of experience out of going to do a global cross-country championships. Great to see Megan Keith there, 1:1:28. She's an under 23, but right there at the front of the group, pushing all out. Alexandra Millard, another under 23 in the red Invicta Kent vest. She's just slotted in behind Warner-Judd. And wonderful to see Melissa Courtney-Bryant. She is a great cross-country winner. She was part of the quartet that won the first ever mixed relay gold at this championship, at the European cross-country championships. But Melissa Courtney-Bryant, very, very good cross-country runner on her day as well. She's represented GB as a senior before with some really high-quality finishes. But her and Amy Eloise Marcotes have been training together in Loughborough with Rob Denmark, and it's great to see them together pushing on this pace at the front of the race.
Well, the last World Cross we had 4 inside the top 36, and I think if you took the 4 very, very best that we've got over the 10,000 or so in the UK, we would probably finish a lot higher. If you look at somebody like Ailish McColgan, cross country not quite her bag, but certainly we would be there or thereabouts, and you never know, we may well get 4 inside the top 20 if we take our best. And Jess Warner-Judd, absolutely somebody that may well be appealing towards that world cross country.
But it is, if you galvanise, if you've got our very best endurance runners on the male and the female side, you certainly think we could do top 5 as a team, if not better. We've seen the US women, they've picked up a medal at World Cross before, and with it being in Australia, I think both the male and the female squads in Australia would probably fancy their chances of really committing their squad to that. So it would be wonderful if the British athletes wanted to do that, and then of course if British athletics backed up that faith and that desire from them to do that, and picked a large team, because you need that buffer, because you never know, people get ill, people pick up niggles, they can fall over. Cross country is a very unpredictable sport. Look at this, Amy Eloise Marcotes pushing at the front. Jemima Elgood leads a C athlete. She had a good run here last year. She was 12th and then went off to the European Cross and came 26th as an under 23. And she's just swinging on the outside of that group, trying to go with Amy Eloise. Jenny Nesbitt is in there as well. Jenny Nesbitt was fantastic at the Euro Cross last year. I think she was around about 12th. Really good packing from her. Abby Donnelly and Jess Gibson behind Jess Warner-Judd's 4th place last year. I think Jenny Nesbitt, a fantastic track season. Haven't quite seen the form on the cross country from her yet, but it could be there, it could be brewing.
Well, it's still such early days, and something I haven't quite spotted yet. The under 23s have all got an under 23 number on the back, which is making our lives so much easier.
We love that. Thank you very much, British Athletics. It's great when you're there spectating as well, because you're trying to count those bibs, and you're trying to give that feedback to the athletes in this race, because they'll know they want to be in the top 5 of the under 23s. On this women's side, again, I don't think there's any real big hitters missing that traditionally do cross. Of course, you say athletes like Ailish McColgan, incredibly. If they wanted to run the cross country, you think they should have a discretionary spot, but we don't often see Ailish do cross country. She talks about foot injuries and it just not being appropriate. Good to see Carrie Hughes making a move there as well. She's not under 23 anymore. She had a great run last year. Carrie Hughes, been on the British team so many times at that European cross country event. She's actually moved herself out to Germany, trains out there with a professional team. Finished up a kind of disrupted track season with a 4:12, 4:13 personal best, 1:121 there. Carrie Hughes of Wales. She'll be looking for one of these automatic qualifying spots.
Well, Megan Keith towards the front in that Scottish strip as well. We mentioned her a little bit earlier on. She won the under-20 race at the European Cross Country Championships last year. She had a great couple of days, didn't she? Picking up a gold and bronze as well in that team competition. So looking to try and get a spot on the under-23 team, we're assuming, but I suppose she could as well want to compete in the seniors. She'd have had to declare that in advance of today, I believe. So it's already vying up to be a very, very interesting affair as they come round sort of the midway section of their first long lap. And Keith now in that blue strip, just leading things from Mark Oates and Melissa Courtney-Bryant. Jess Warner-Judd just in there as well.
That's a brave move off Megan Keith. I love this. Her run at the European Championships last year was tremendous. It was easily the best race she'd ever done, and she was fearless. And look at her here again at the front of a British senior race this time. She won here last year, but in that junior age group, like you've just seen Innes Fitzgerald do, Megan Keith showing no fear at all here, leading Olympians Jess Warner-Judd and Amy Eloise Mark Oates. Happy to sit on the front of that pack. She will face the likes of Nadia Battacletti of Italy if she qualifies for this team. Nadia Battacletti is on 4 consecutive individual titles. It'll be quite a battle between her and Megan Keith, the Italian, a bit older. Could be interesting, but Jess Warner-Judd was very quick to move herself out of that pack and make sure she didn't miss this move from Megan Keith. You've got Grace Carson there as well with the Mid-Ulster AC. She's wearing yellow cropped up. She's another good athlete to watch. And under 23 was second at Milton Keynes behind Alexandra Millard, who's just behind her.
It's a gutsy start, isn't it, from Megan Keith, taking it to some of these seniors, some very experienced seniors, Olympians, World Championship finalists. Jess Warner-Judd is so experienced all the way from the 800 metres up to the 10,000 now, and she had a great summer, a very long congested summer, obviously, which ended in September with getting married as well. So what an amazing few months for her. And Megan Keith fully committed to taking this race out. She's got that under 23 number on the back, so she's looking to head to Turin as part of the GB under 23 team, and well, she's in a good place at the moment.
The Abby Donnelly, Lincoln and Wellington athlete, who was third here last year behind Jess Warner-Judd and Jenny Nesbitt. And Abby Donnelly converted that really well at the European Cross, coming 12th.
Yeah, Abby Donnelly, team gold last year at the Europeans, second at the National Cross Relays recently, fourth at the National Autumn Road Relay. She actually ran quicker. She got the second fastest leg of the day, which was quicker than Jess Judd on that day. So we'll see how well that pans out later on. Maybe this goes to a sprint finish, but Mark Oates just in fourth in that, I don't know what you call that, turquoise strip.
Yeah, Mark Oates has got a decision here to make. She's got to get on the back of those top 3. You can see Jess Gibbon there, Reading AC athlete, pushing herself through, but there's also Poppy Tank in there. She's running in Puma kit there. We've not seen much of Poppy Tank in the last few years. I think she's been based over in America. I don't have many results jotted down for her, but that's super exciting. Poppy Tank back up towards the front of a domestic cross country.
So it's Keith, Warner-Judd, Donnelly and Mark Oates in fourth. We've got Poppy Tank just in there. Yeah, that's 1194 in that very bright luminous strip, and the athletes just stretching. We've got Grace Carson there as well from Ulster in that yellow strip just behind. She's in this sort of chasing group, and remember, it is the top 4 that get an automatic selection. We've got a few under 23s in there at the moment, so we're trying to do a bit of mathematics. Nobody tells you when you're an athletics commentator that you have to be quick at maths as well, but we're trying to dissect from the numbers on our screen. And currently the top from the under 23s is Megan Keith, the Scottish athlete, right in front of you. Warner-Judd and Donnelly are the top 2 from the seniors. Gemma Steele and Melissa Courtney-Bryant just tucking there. There's Steph Twell as well, I'm sure. We've picked her out already in the crowd. Lily Partridge is running today as well. Izzy Fry is near the front as well. I can't forget that she is the World University cross-country champion as well. She's the reigning champion from earlier this year, so she will certainly be looking to try and get amongst it. She was part of the European under-23 team last year. So Keith, Warner, Judd and Donnelly, those are your front three.
Just starting their second and final large lap. This is the penultimate race at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. Senior women combined with the under-23 women vying for those automatic spots for the European Championships. Just one more race to go after this. That will be the senior men's. And they are really working hard here. We see Alexandra Millard and Grace Carson. There are second and third under-23s, both coached by Bill Foster. And they took first and second at Milton Keynes. You can see those under-23s on the back of their vest there. The first lead under-23 is Megan Keith, wearing her blue Scottish vest, just getting challenged for the first time by Warner Judd. Jess is so familiar with this course. We used to talk so much about Jess's range. It's easy to forget she's a sub 2 minute runner and has just recreated, redesigned herself as a 5k 10k runner. It's been phenomenal. Pushed herself right up there in the all-time 10,000 metre rankings, third overall for Great Britain all time, running that fantastic just outside 30.5 minutes to finish 11th at the World Championships, and then picked up COVID and had honestly just disrupted her next two championships. She did do the 5,000 at the World Champs as well, but then really struggled. Just the 10,000 at the Commonwealth Games, made the decision not to do the 5,000, and again just had to do the 10 at the European Championships, which will have frustrated her, because there's one thing Jess Warner Judd loves to do, it's race, and she loves every race to be a hard one as well. If it's meandering around, she's going, that's a waste of time, I'm just going to go hard, which when you've grown up running 800 metres is a little bit strange.
I wonder what she makes of that early challenge from Megan Keith. She's finally got her nose in front, Warner Judd, but Megan Keith really not shy, is she, as one of the younger athletes going up against Olympians and World Championship finalists and fourths at Commonwealth Games and stuff like that. She doesn't seem to be afraid, does she?
No, not at all. So here is our chase pack. Carrie Hughes has done well to slot herself in there just behind Amy Eloise Marcotes. We did think Marcotes might be trying to bridge the gap onto Abby Donnelly, but it's almost as though she's gone, that's a step too far. I've got to listen to what my body's telling me, and it's saying that's a risk. And it's great to see Jess Gibbon up in that group as well. Sarah Aston is just in no man's land behind that pack. The Isle of Man Commonwealth Games representative had a great year last year, but it would be a breakthrough if she made this senior team here today.
Well, just looking at that chasing group, there's 2 under-23s in it, and there are 3 seniors in there, so one of them would not be getting an automatic spot at the moment, so I'm sure over the next kilometre or so we will see that breakaway, and Marcotes will perhaps be the one that breaks away. Judd just sitting at the front of this trio, Keith in second in the blue strip with Lincoln Wellington's Abby Donnelly looking to get amongst the team once again and amongst a 6 that can challenge for that European team gold at the cross-country championships in 2 weeks. And here are the chasers, that group of 5, 2 under-23s in there and 3 seniors.
Jess Gibbon, she's there in the red and blue Reading AC vest. She really knows her way around a domestic cross-country course. She judges her effort really well. She took the overall title in the Cross Challenge Series last year, and of course qualified for the European Championships. I think she was around about 11th as well. Like I say, there was a whole group of them all together. Went to the European 10k Cup for Great Britain, but unfortunately she fell over that day, Jess Gibbons, so he's probably still waiting to see what she's fully capable of on the track. But look at Megan Keith, under 23. She pushed this on kind of midway through the first lap, and then on this second long lap she's gone, you're slowing down, Jess Warner Judd, I don't care who you are, I don't care what your accolades are, I want to run a little bit harder. And the Scottish reigning European under-20 cross-country champion here trying to get her spot on the under-23 team is asking questions of Jess Warner Judd and Abby Donnelly. They've got half a big lap to go.
Well, it is interesting when you get to this part of the course, because they're about to go round that horseshoe, which you can see towards the bottom end of the course in our graphic, and it's just when they start to overlap and overtake people as well, because it adds a different dynamic to it, doesn't it? It starts to become a bit more dogged, and it definitely makes it interesting, because when it starts to hurt and you're picking off people, it really gives you something to go against, and Megan Keith certainly responding to that here, and Warner Judd Donnelly just nipping at her heels at the moment. They know there's plenty of running to come as they head through the woods and will head back out towards the main field here at Sefton Park. We've got some chasers in there, and Gibbon is going well.
Jessica Gibbon, that she's put a real stint in at the front of this chase pack. See, Alexandra Millard, it's almost like her and Grace Carson were waiting for this section, and then they're starting to pull away. They look very comfortable in those under 23 qualifying spots. Our previous shot, it looked like Amy Eloise Marcotes was struggling a little bit, but perhaps there was just a bit of mud, something that caused her some trouble, because suddenly she's catapulted herself back up towards Jess Gibbon. Carrie Hughes trying to make, I think, what would be her first senior team. She's not even attempted to make, I think she was under 23 last year. Carrie Hughes did go out to Dublin. But here, trying to make her first senior team. She's right on the bubble there.
Well, they're starting to come around the loop section, the extension to the long lap, which we say looks like a hearing aid, but Megan Keith trying to keep smooth at the moment. You see it starting to hurt. The shoulders start to come up towards the ears. The arms start to move less fluidly, but Megan Keith is doing a good job of keeping a rhythm at the moment. Jessica Gibbon, she won the National Cross Country Championships this year. She's a national champion over cross country, and she's currently sitting in fourth, which is a great place to be. She's the third senior. She would be on the plane as it stands to Turin, trying to retain her team gold from 2021.
You can see Rob Denmark roaring at Amy Eloise Marcotes saying, get back on terms with Jess Gibbon, you can do this, you can finish higher up. Megan Keith at the moment leading the way still for the under 23s. Jess Warner Judd has had a few goes. She's tried to get past her. It looked like she tried to get past her before that section, but this is the race behind. Jess Gibbon has saved a little bit for the second half of this final long lap. She knows this course. She knows how to run cross country. Amy Eloise Marcotes did do cross country when she was university in America. She did run the European cross country championships for Great Britain a few years ago. She's here trying to pick up her senior vest. Has been based for so long over in America, has moved herself back to Britain and based herself in Loughborough. Great to see an addition like Amy Eloise Marcotes to domestic cross-country field. But here goes Jess Warner Judd. We are so used to seeing this woman pull away at this stage in Liverpool. Has Megan Keith got anything left in her legs? And Abby Donnelly as well kept herself really quiet there. She's super competitive. She comes across as ever so nice and kind, and then you put her in a race and she's a demon. So Abby Donnelly will do everything she can to stay with her friend Jess Warner Judd as these three just wiggle their way around the hearing aid before making their final bit of this long lap. I want to say about 1,000 metres to go, something like that when they come off this inner loop.
Well, they're just going around that top loop just above the F on the course map at the moment, and Warner Judd for the first time has really made a bit of a surge, and Megan Keith has a look over her inside shoulder to see how far in front she is. That's kind of telling when you see an athlete do that. They're either miles in front or they're feeling slightly uncomfortable now. The lead is being stretched away by Warner Judd, and well, for the first time Marcotes has got in front of Gibbon and Amy Eloise Marcotes. Certainly that cheer and encouragement from her coach Rob Denmark has made some improvement, because she is now up into fourth. It's Warner Judd, Keith, Donnelly, Marcotes and then Gibbon. That's your top five at the moment. I think Millard in sixth at the moment. She's the second under 23, and then maybe Grace Carson as well.
Yep, so I think under 23 wise, all I'd seen was Megan Keith, Alexandra Millard, Grace Carson. But in the seniors, I think at the moment we've got Jess Warner Judd, Abby Donnelly, Amy Eloise Marcotes. That fantastic burst of speed there. Jess Gibbon, Carrie Hughes is hanging in there. I think it could maybe be Sarah Aston in sixth place at the moment for the senior women. That would be so exciting for her. I really hope I haven't missed someone out in my count back. There's Abby Donnelly, third in the race overall. Amy Eloise Marcotes, she's moving well. She could get back up to Abby Donnelly. Jess Gibbon just trying to consolidate herself there. Obviously fatigued. This is second and third in the under 23 race. teammates, training partners, Grace Carson and Alexandra Millard. And here comes Jessica Judd, Warner Judd. Around about 600 metres to go. Oh, look at that mud. We said it was going to get muddy here, and it is. Jess Warner Judd, yeah, she doesn't mind a bit of mud. Megan Keith loves it.
If you've ever seen Warner Judd race before, which I'm sure so many of you had, she is a real fighter. She's got a real grit about her, and I think Megan Keith has just felt the full weight of that grit, because Warner Judd has dropped her with about 600 to go. Megan Keith, who was the young challenger at the start of this race, really fighting, but well, Jess Warner Judd was not going to let her get on top of this senior race. I think it's going to be Warner Judd that's going to come away with this one. Donnelly is still fighting hard in third. She's trying to keep that stride moving, just keep ticking over. The battle really on for that fourth place, because Marcotes is being chased once again by Gibbon, and maybe those two are going to have a bit of tit for tat in that fourth place position. Warner Judd looking so good at the moment. Donnelly in third. Keith, Megan Keith, she was the European Junior Cross Country Champion last year. The Scottish athlete looking so strong. And here they come around this 180 degree hairpin bend. Got to watch that muddy bit, and it looks as if those stakes have been moved so that we get a bit clear footing. And Warner Judd, nobody's going to stop her at this point. She was challenged early on by Keith, but Warner Judd is doing the business, and she will book her way all the way to Turin in Italy.
Fantastic, well executed race from Jessica Warner Judd. We said it was a busy summer, it was disrupted summer with illness, then she got married, has managed to get herself into a couple of races, so she would have been perhaps slightly underprepared for this, but she's done it. She's come away with another senior title here in Sefton Park. She was fourth in Dublin last year. What could Jess Warner Judd do in 2 weeks' time in Italy? And the rest of the athletes are charging for these automatic qualifying spots. Megan Keith, second overall, first under 23. Abby Donnelly holds on for third place. Amy Eloise Marcotes is fourth across the line, third senior. Here comes Jess Gibbon. She is your fourth senior athlete. And Poppy Tank, Grace Carson will come in as an under 23. Poppy Tank, they're the fifth senior athlete across the line, I think, just splitting the next two under 23s. Grace Carson, Alexandra Millard and Carrie Hughes, I think could be the sixth senior woman across the line there, because that was quite some change in pace from Poppy Tank. And I think Sarah Aston, Isle of Man Commonwealth Games representative, might just be the seventh senior woman across the line. And I hope I've got my calculations right. So we are looking for our fourth under 23.
That was Yasmin Marghini from Belgrave Harriers just crossing the line
there.
She is
under 23. That is our fourth under 23. Apologies if I've missed. And here we could have Eloise Walker. I reckon Eloise Walker might be our fifth under 23, unless I've missed another one in there. 1139, you're right, that was Yasmin Marghini of Belgrave Harriers. I've got her listed as an under 23, but whew.
Well, we've got our pens out and a quick write down. Warner Judd to take the first automatic spot, Donnelly for the second, Amy Eloise Marcotes in third, Gibbons for the fourth automatic spot, then Tonk and Hughes. We'll have to wait and see whether they get the other two discretionary spots. For the under 23s, we've got Megan Keith across the line, then Carson, then Millard, then Marghini. Those are the top automatic four. And then we think it was Walker that came across the line in fifth.
I think it was a great finish of Eloise Walker as well. She was a little bit further down the field. She had a great track season, and that's a brilliant progression for Eloise Walker. But Poppy Tank, got to come back. I looked her up because I thought, I know the name, and I haven't seen her for a while. But Poppy Tank, she was ninth at the NCAA 10,000 metres last year, so obviously has had the calibre, but she must still be based over in America, because I haven't seen her race at all. But that's brilliant that she's pushed herself up into that senior team.
Yeah, she was a bit of a silent assassin in there then.
All right, 1103. Alice Goodall has got a big. She is under 23. You can see. Look at she's the one with her hands on her mouth there. She was ahead of Eloise Walker, so I think she is actually our fourth under 23. Fifth under 23.
Marghini was fourth.
Yeah. Bear with us, everyone.
We are just trying to work this out.
But I was trying to see. I was like, who's got an expression on their face? That's Alex Goodall. got her down listed as Edinburgh University, so I think she might have nabbed the 5th spot. But if they take a full 6, I'm not convinced there was anybody. You know, we always look at the NCAA cross-country results to see if there's anybody that did anything that could, you know, merit a bid at that at the discretionary spot. So we could still see Eloise Walker. Wouldn't that be funny? 3 Scots in the under-23 team.
They could send a 6 themselves, couldn't they, I think?
Go independent and just... We won't get into politics today. We'll save that for another day. But really entertaining race.
Yeah, we love our friends from Scottish Athletics. Yeah, well, that's it. Warner Judd, what a win from her in this overall race. Megan Keith, the winner of the under-23s, and we will see both of those two, we hope, assuming they accept their invite to compete. They are got with their automatic qualifying, and we will see them in Turin in 2 weekends' time. So congratulations to all those athletes. Remember, it was the top 4 that were automatic, and the other 2 spots for the team of 6 comes down to discretionary selector's choice. Well, our next race, Hannah, up in 30 minutes' time. It's the senior men's and under-23 race. That's over 9.8 kilometres. That's at 2:05 p.m. So we've got about half an hour. So we'll be back in around about 25 minutes, and we'll leave you with the pictures of this women's race just finishing. See you shortly.
pressing it and is automatically gone to manual now. To be fair, there's loads of faces coming in, so it should pick up if it was doing it.
race 1:30, racing all down in the British Athletics Cross Challenge. Then on this series, senior men top 5, long laps, the middle sections as well, just under 10 kilometres on running. Senior men coming on onto the start line, ready to buy starts. Look down the curtain, it's been a fantastic race today. So you remember your chatting on your ankles, gentlemen, remember to make sure the numbers are not obstructed in this series. See when you still cross the lines and great running in that senior women's race, under 23 women's race. And that was up along the race of the trials and our last race of the programme. So almost that under 23 senior trials for Turin. So we can not be very racing on the way.
Well, welcome back. The Liverpool Cross Challenge at Sefton Park has got one race to go, and it is the senior men's. We've just seen a wonderful finish from Jess Warner-Judd in the senior women's. The men's the distance goes a bit further. It's up to 9.8 kilometres, and they're about to get underway in something like 4 minutes time. It's 2:05 is the scheduled time, and I think if you can just tell that bit of grey haze across your screen, because it has started to rain for the first time this morning at Sefton Park, and the hoods have come up, the umbrellas have come out, and the athletes' spikes are going to be trudging through mud very shortly. Hannah, who's your money on?
My money is on, I'm going to commit, Ellis Cross.
Interesting.
Oh, no, I mean Emil Caress.
Ellis Cross.
I get these two muddled up. No!
Ellis Cross is
My
from
husband is
Aldershot.
going to really laugh at that. Emil Caress, I'm really sorry. Those two are the same age. I've always got them muddled up.
Ellis Cross.
I mean, as I
Aldershot.
said it, I was like, I don't mean that. I mean, Ellis Cross could make the team. I think Emil. No, I do. I genuinely. I think that's why I got confused, because I researched both. And Ellis Cross, I have down to have a good run. I think Emil Caress, he's moved on a notch. In the last year, in the last 18 months, with his half marathon times, with his 10k times, pacing London Marathon, he's moved on a notch. So I think if he's recovered from the half marathon he did a few weeks ago and stuff like that, he could be one to beat. I know you think differently. You think it's very muddy. You think Mohammed might really be able to win on the mud.
It's a fair bet. Emil Caress, he has massively come on, and we're sort of ignoring here as well somebody like Ben Connor, who won this here in 2017. Mark Scott as well, who, in terms of actual capacity to run very fast, Mark Scott is excellent at that. In the past couple of years, he's perhaps struggled to translate those quick times into championship performances, which this is you can see it as a championship race. However, and he's not got that much experience over the cross country either, but he has started to improve. He got a world indoor bronze this year, 4th at the Commonwealth over the 5,000, 12th at the Euros in the 10,000 metres on the track. So I'm sure he is eyeing up one of those 6 spots, and I think if he doesn't get into the top 5, he probably would be a fair bet for the 6th automatic, just as a bit of a chancer.
That's what everyone wants. Yeah, you want Mark Scott to come 6th, because else the person that does come, if he's not in the top 6, you'd think he would get that nod. Obviously, number 2 all time in the 5,000 metre. Only him and Sir Mo Farah have gone underneath 13 minutes. So you're right, Mark Scott has got so much calibre, and he did do cross country as a youngster. He was 4th at the European Cross Country Championships in 2015. So he has got calibre, and it's like with Amy Eloise Marcos in the women's race, because we haven't seen her or Mark Scott do these kind of races year on year on year. You don't write them off, but you kind of, confirmation bias, isn't it?
Yeah,
You want Jess Warner-Judd is going to glide away on the mud like she does every year, and so someone like Mark Scott is just a little bit unknown. But yeah, can you bet against? You've got a world indoor bronze medalist, and I didn't name him as favourite.
But
either way, we're going to look stupid.
We just know that a 200 metre indoor track, which is nice and warm, is so different to this outdoor 10k. I think an outside bet probably worth mentioning from my perspective, Wirral's very own Joe Wigfield. I thought he was excellent on the first leg at the National Cross Relays a couple of weeks ago. He's actually the Bucks 2020 cross country champion, so he knows how to do it. 23rd at the Intercounties in 2020 as well. 340 1500 metre man, starting to show his worth on the extra long distances.
If this is just someone I'm trying to figure out a big old sprint here from someone I don't recognise on the front. So you've got Axel van Christensen as well there in the red. He's right next to Zach Mohammed. I think that's Zach Mohammed and Mohammed. Mohammed's got the cap on. I think Zach Mohammed hasn't got the cap on. He's just got swallowed up behind Jack Rowe there. So they're wearing the same vest, the brothers, but the elder brother Mohammed is in the cap, and Axel van Christensen has just got himself alongside Jack Rowe as well. And here's the look. I think we have got just someone, maybe someone's showing, apologies if they're not, but I think it might be someone just trying to get, at least they're further enough ahead that they're not disturbing the race, because this is a tricky first corner, and I would not be sympathetic to anybody that caused any extra carnage, because there's enough carnage as it is going on down there.
Have a guess how many people are entered into this race, Hannah. How many does it look like?
Oh, it looks loads. It's got to be in the hundreds.
904 entered.
No,
so
that's 3 large laps as well. We're going to see. We do often see lapping, don't we, in this race from the lead runners. So it could maintain that congestion. I think we saw Jess Warner-Judd and Megan Keith almost sprinting around some of the back markers in the senior women's race. But wow, nearly just over 900 runners. That's great. Not on the level of the National Cross, obviously. We get so many athletes doing that, but still, I've said it once already, probably twice, but this is the pinnacle of domestic cross country this side of Christmas. And I did wonder, there's Charlie Grice back from the short course. You can see him in his Brighton and Phoenix white vest there, and the arm sleeves. And we have got a few men that I think might be doubling back, but so far Charlie Grice is furthest up there. Look at that mud. You're right, Scott, you're picking that out. I said it was going to churn up. Everyone thought I was being pessimistic. It is very muddy out there.
The rain that we've had in the last 25 minutes or so has made a massive difference, because in the senior women's race, that section of the course was completely dry, and it is massively churned up. Charlie Grice entered in for this. Is he actually going to run the full 10k, or do you think he's just going to do a 5k hit and then drop out?
I reckon he's doing it. I reckon he's in there for the training effect. Big old day. It was great to see him take third place in that short course relay. Another track star, Oliver Dustin, just coming through the screen there. Olympian over 800 metres. This is what I mean about this race, the momentum and the hype that builds into Liverpool. All your training partners are doing it. Everybody around you is talking about it. You might as well turn up and have a run as well. So it would be great to see Charlie Grice do the full distance.
Well, we're never quite sure who's actually on the start line, because we have a long list of very talented athletes who could all be within a shout of those 6 qualifying spots, but we're never quite sure who's actually there. One man, we mentioned Ben Connor as well, Mark Scott, Jack Rowe, Zach Mohammed, got Hugo Milner as well. He was 4th at Milton Keynes. He was 9th here last year, won Cardiff and Milton Keynes last year, so knows how to win on the Cross Challenge Series. Who turns up? I don't know. We're going to eventually see over the next couple of laps.
I think I did see pretty much all of those big names in there, and Zach Mohammed and Mohammed. I love they've got a stranglehold on the Cross Challenge Series, those two. I think Mohammed won in 2019, 2020, and then Zach Mohammed won it in 2021, so they could get a quartet of, what do you say, hat-trick or quartet of Cross Challenge Series wins if they manage to maintain their form through the season. Doing very well so far already. Good finishes in Milton Keynes and Cardiff from those two. Emile Caress was the top British finisher in a very good international field in Cardiff. He's a little bit further down the field. You can see there just in his Leeds AC vest, that bright blue vest, alongside Ian Crowright, tall figure outside of him. Ian Crowright does a lot of his training with Jake Whiteman. Actually did 2nd place, I think it was the Surrey League race, just about 20 seconds behind Mark Scott. So Mark Scott has thrown himself into local cross-country league in preparation for this race here. Wouldn't get much running like this, I don't think, out in Portland. He's been based for many years with that Bowerman Track Club. He is based now back in the UK, still being coached by Jerry Schumacher, hoping to do the camps out with his old Bowerman Track Club. That was the last I heard. You know, these things are fluid, these things move. But Mark Scott choosing to base himself back here in the UK for this next phase of his career.
Well, you'd like to think if we got our very best 6 out, we might get amongst the medals and on the podium at the European Cross. We were, I think, 6th last year. Jack Rowe was our best finisher of 18th. Surely we can get a little bit better than that.
I think we can, and we're going to know a lot more after this race. I think Jack Rowe won last year, and then, like you say, put up a really good showing in Dublin. So we use him as our benchmark. If we can get a few guys with Jack, ahead of Jack, and start to piece that out. And Ben Connor, we mentioned he won this race back in 2019. I was looking back at his results in the last six weeks or so. They're remarkably similar to 2019. I think he went on to about a top 10 finish at the European Cross that year. Have we seen? Yes, there's Ben Connor, Hugo Milner, 2 Derby AC vests. What a sight. Beautiful. My husband's from Derby AC, not me.
Big up the Midlands, that's what I say.
Exactly.
Right, the cap is off. Mohammed just down to, well, he's barehead. He's lost it. I don't know whether he's chucked it or...
It's on the back of his vest, which is going to start to annoy him. The Velcro's stuck and attached itself to the back of his vest.
Well, it is Mohammed with Mark Scott and Jack Rowe just leading things at the front. There's a couple of red vests next to the white and red vertical stripes of Southampton, and yeah, Ben Connor just on the outside there, looking smooth at the moment. I think Ellis Cross is just the man in the full black strip next to Emil KRS in the blue and diagonal yellow strip. Alex Cross, obviously famed as being a quote-unquote amateur runner earlier this year. Just a club runner, I think, was the term as well. And amazing 28 minutes, I think, for the 10K. He ran at the National Cross Relays recently, put in a good showing for Aldershot, looking to make the team for the European Cross Country Championships in 2 weeks' time.
James West, I think, has just got himself onto the back of that group. He's a very good 1500 metre runner, really pushing himself as a good 5000 metre runner as well. Was studying at the University of Oregon. So Tonbridge vest at the back. I'd sort of put a bit of an asterisk next to him, but that's great. He's got himself on the back of that group. Alex George as well, and the black armbands, black headband, black strip. I think he could really be one to watch. He's been having a very good autumn. He's a phenomenal junior athlete, European junior champion a few years ago. He's just going out a shot. He's trying to leapfrog onto the back of Ian Crowright and this lead group. This is a decent pace. You can tell they've spread this field out straight away, and they're all just starting to they're going to have to commit to go in this group or get left behind.
Well, as you would expect, the Mohammed brothers near the front. Mohammed won the National Cross back in February. His brother, who's an under-23, Zach Mohammed, came fourth at the National and was ninth in the European under-23 cross-country last year. He's still an under-23, so currently leads the under-23s. You could have a decent team at that age category as well. All being well, but I think I'm quite impressed at the moment by Charlie Grice. He's still in there around about, what's that, 9th or so, with the white vest and black sleeves. He's, yeah, I'm sure it's going to start to hurt him around about lap 2.
I think I had a look. I was trying to figure out when we had Charlie Grice in the short course. He hadn't run cross country since 2016, but I think it was a decent showing in the senior race. I want to say top 20, which as a track specialist, I think anything around that 20 or 30 in this race is really very impressive if you're coming at it from an 8:15 background. So Charlie Grice, you can see he's grimacing ever so slightly, but he is in there. He's had plenty of time to recover from the short course race. It was 3.5 hours ago now. Just that group. See Matt Stonia, we talk about athletes that have had a tremendous track season. He's just in that second pack there. He's still under 23. So he will still be recovering from that long successful track season, but you'd almost think Matt Stonia working his way into a winter season could still be enough to get into the top 5 under 23s. I think it's top 4 over the line automatic for the under 23s, and then 2 discretionary spots, and we can assume that one of those will go the way of Charles Hicks, the new NCA cross country champion. He studies and competes out in Stanford, and he's a reigning champion at the European under 23 championship, so I think he's got to be fine. He hasn't travelled back. The likes of Rory Leonard made the under 23 team last year, had a great run in Dublin, 32nd at NCA cross country, and has decided not to come back for the trial. It's a very busy period for our American collegiate athletes with exams and competitions, so we'll have to wait and see if he's shown enough to be in one of those 2 discretionary spots, or whether the selectors will go with someone else.
Well, winning the NCAA Division 1 cross country title is no mean feat, and Charles Hicks did that. And certainly you'd expect him to be amongst it when we get to the Europeans in 2 weeks' time. I'm sure he's already put his hand up, but if we expect to see Jakob Ingebrigtsen, I don't think really anybody's going to get amongst that gold medal if he fancies it on the day.
I can see another young athlete we've spoken about already this afternoon. It's Axel van Christensen. He's just there in the red University of Birmingham vest ahead of Hugo Milner. He is the reigning under 20 European cross country champion. He's still eligible for that age group in Turin, so he is running up 2 whole age, well, 1 age group. He's here with the under 20s and under 23s and seniors, rather than racing Will Barnicott, the winner of the under 20 race a few minutes ago. So Axel van Christensen in there to test himself against the best in Britain, and he would have been delighted to see Mark Scott, Emil Caress, Jack Rowe, all of these guys entered here in this race, his chance to test himself against some of the best cross-country runners on the continent, because they're also the best cross-country runners in Britain, and someone like Mark Scott really added a kind of intrigue and calibre to this field. See the mud streaming down their legs. That's what we thought might happen as this field started to get cut up. Mohammed always looks comfortable on mud, doesn't look like it affects him one bit. Emil Caress as well just seems to be able to find good footing, good path through this mud, spending a lot more of his time training in Kenya at altitude. Emil Caress, who was working with Alan Story, he's moved on to a different stable, and he's running really, really well on the roads, on the track. Can he convert it here in the cross country?
Well, I think Charlie Grice is probably finished. Just missing him out of that top 10 now. I probably went about as far as he fancied really, and then decided to drop out on maybe one lap, just keep the pace really honest. And fair play to him for stepping up again. 3.5 hours, good recovery time. But it's the Mohammed brothers, Jack Rowe, Emil Caress, Mark Scott, the Derby boys, Connor and Milner, amongst this leading group of 8. And it's a good pace. Caress at the front, anchored leads to that gold at the National Cross Relays a couple of weeks ago. He looks so good, so smooth. Got a really silky running style. And we've got a bit of a tripper, and that is, I think, Axel Van Christiansen. Just, I mean, he slid about 4 meters then as well, back to his feet. That is British cross-country running for you. Right in front of Luke Gunn, is watching on University of Birmingham coach. He probably, well, Axel's a steeplechaser as well, so he should be able to deal with different terrain, but he did actually fall in Munich at the European Championships. He wasn't able to get up and finish that day. He's European junior steeplechase record holder, and took that form into the European Senior Championships, and unfortunately fell over and has spent his first start of the autumn recovering from that, and then he's just taken a fall here in Liverpool. So it's going to be hard work for the under-20 to get back involved here. It's hard work for Ben Connor at the moment as well. Just watching this Derby, the other Derby vest of Hugo Milner, glide away with these top 5. And we spoke about this in some of the races. It's at this point in a cross country you have to make a decision, and it's no use just saying you've got to be brave. It is so much more complicated than that. If you overcommit to something that your heart and your lungs and your fitness can't cope with, you are going to come unstuck. So it's got to be a tough but a smart decision. You can see Alex George, he's very muddy as well. I wonder if he went down as well. Tarragona moving through the field really well there. He's one of the under-23 athletes that will be hoping to get a spot on that team, but it's really muddy underfoot. Being at the front of a pack like this is going to be an advantage. You can choose the best footing, the right line you want to take. You're not getting mud splattered in your face and in your eyes. But this is turning into a real cross-country battle here. It's been pacey, hasn't it, at the start? And the leading 5, Emil Caress, just heading that up at the moment with Mark Scott in the red, just trailing him. They have really taken this out, which is why a lap and a half in, we are so stretched. And we're not even 15 minutes halfway through this race, and it is really starting to show some creaks in some of the athletes here, and that is why Emil Caress is at the front. I said I was backing Mohammed. He currently sits in 4th at the moment. Caress looks really good. Mark Scott, we said he's not a cross-country specialist, not like a couple of the athletes around of him, and at the moment he's putting in a good showing. That supreme fitness, which he's got so much experience on that US circuit, and 4th at the Commonwealth Games this year, and 12th for Emil Caress at the European 10,000 metres in Munich. And at the moment he's showing his worth, he's showing his mettle, and just starting to stretch out. And this would be a really, really long run from home. Mohammed just starting to edge in front of Rowe and get up into that 3rd spot. Emil Caress is strong. He's really, really good. He's got that 4th all-time half marathon time to his name, 60:32. Mark Scott has gone faster. I'm talking about this strength in Emil Caress, but Mark Scott has got those accolades as well. But he just, this is very early in the race. We've got over a long lap to go, and these 4 behind, they really do have to make a decision. Do they think they can run with Emil Caress today or not? Because if they have any inkling they think they could live with him for just half a lap more, they should just go with him. It's like Sam Mills in the junior race with Will Barnaker. You almost want to just take that leap of faith, gamble on yourself and go with it, and hope that even if you still come away with 2nd place, you've given yourself an advantage over everyone else. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't run with Emil Caress for 200 metres on this mud. Well, one of the things that perhaps sometimes gets ignored slightly in some of these distance events is technique, and Emil Keres is so fluid and so smooth. I know it's muddy, I know it's sticky, and I know it's hard on the hips, hard on the feet, but he really does just glide across the ground, and it's perhaps not the same for some of the other athletes in the field. And I think at the moment he's 10 metres in front, and because he's making it look smooth, because he's making it look easy, just that efficiency when the mud starts to bite on that third lap and it starts to hurt in the lungs as well, that really comes to the fore. And at the moment he's looking smooth, and the 4 athletes behind him are excellent athletes. You know, you're talking about Mark's got sub 13 for the 5,000 minutes on the track. I mean, that is just breathtaking. People going to park runs this morning would have probably been happy with a 28 minutes, and he's doing it in much less than half. So Emil Keres is putting on a real show here, and just how easy is this for him at the moment, or is he pushing so hard? Because we saw a really great battle between him at the National Cross with Mohammed, who's currently in second, and that was a great tussle. Mohammed, the Southampton man, came out on top that day, but maybe Keres, you said he's had a great year. He definitely has. He's gone on leaps and bounds, hasn't he?
He has, and Keres was significantly ahead of Mohammed in Cardiff. I think Mohammed then went on and won Milton Keynes ahead of Zach Mohammed, but Emil wasn't there that day, so the only head-to-head we've had with these two so far on the cross country, Keres has come out on top. I think they both ran the same half marathon again. Emil Keres beat Mohammed, so it's at the moment this is to the form book. I don't think Emil Keres has made a move that's unsustainable, and I think if those men behind felt fresh, they wouldn't have let him go, but they have. And here's Axel Van Christensen coming through as well after his fall. Bit of a lonely run there for the Danish visitor. So it's starting to spread out a little bit. But these 4, the other advantage these 4 have got is they've got each other. People talk about leading races, it's hard, it's mentally taxing. People talk about the wind and all that, and that is a factor as well. There's not much shelter out there in Sefton Park in Liverpool, but the mental toll of leading and wondering whether someone's going to come past you can be tough if you're not. Some athletes don't mind it, they just chill out and they just relax and they flow. But it can be mentally draining as well. You know, how long till Mark Scott with his world indoor bronze 3,000 metre speed comes up on my shoulder? You know, those sort of things can go through your head.
Well, Mark Scott up into second, and that is an absolute mud bath. It looks like I don't know, the middle of a field where cows have been churning it up for months on end. But yeah, you're right, that chasing pack of 4, rhythm builds rhythm, doesn't it? And if you've got other people to bounce off and you can just almost switch off from the pain in your legs and your lungs and wherever else, it just starts to build, and it really is exponential. And they're starting to do that here because they've got a great 4, haven't they? In terms of people to try and chase down Emil Keres, that is almost the best 4 chases you can ask for in the UK, and they are going after him. And I know that gap is just getting bigger. It's now up to 40 metres, but there's plenty to do on this final 2.5k.
They're just heading out into this backfield on their final large lap, and we've seen it through the age groups in the other races. This sort of annoying incline you get in this second field that just, you can tell some of the athletes are just leaning into it slightly, and you do see some changes there. So I think if Emil Keres can maintain this gap or increase it on these 2 uphill sections, I'd say he's fine. But if this group behind start to kind of use this, you can see Hugo Milner weaving through the back runners. He's now the athlete pushing on that group. It was Mark Scott before. Hugo Milner, from his triathlon background, you have tremendous strength when he's racing for 2 hours when he does a triathlon. You know, I'm talking about Emil Keres's 1 hour half marathon kind of exploits. So Hugo Milner has got endurance for days as well. It was interesting last year to watch Hugo Milner. He won Cardiff Cross Challenge, he won Milton Keynes Cross Challenge, and then just missed out on the senior team here last year. And I kind of looked at his season and went, I hope he's doing the opposite. You know, he's not done that well in his cross-country races so far, and perhaps he could be on a different trajectory. And it looks like he's got himself in a great position here to make this team. But as we've moved into this backfield, like I say, where the terrain is testing, suddenly it is Derby's Hugo Milner that's pushing on ahead of Mark Scott. Mark Scott just stumbling a bit there in the mud. But Hugo Milner is a fantastically high caliber athlete, and yeah, he could be the one to bridge that gap back to Emil Keres.
It's really interesting, isn't it? I'm watching that chasing 4 and trying to work out who looks the freshest. sometimes Mohammed looks really easy, sometimes he doesn't, and he had patches like that earlier this year at the National Cross, and he suddenly came away with it and took the win. And it's difficult to know, isn't it? We've got more than half a lap to finish, and Emile Carrès just looking so smooth. One of the brilliant things about cross country, and we mentioned it early on this morning, was that it attracts all people from all backgrounds of all ages. And you can see Emile Carrès here, somebody that runs almost 60 minutes for a half marathon, and he's going past local runners and people that probably been running all their lives. And how fantastic is that they get to see him coming past. It must be a little bit surprising when suddenly this blue and yellow flash just comes past you, but yeah, what an experience, and what a great event this cross country meet is.
It really is, and it's great to use something that's already set up for a league race, already has tremendous history, and piggyback on on the back of something like that. That's really the spirit of cross country. You know, who wants to see just a few fast people running around? Let's go and join, and they do that in all the cross challenge series. They go and visit almost tourists on the other local cross country leagues, and we've got this one here up in Liverpool. And you're right, Scott, what are they going to think when these men come powering past? And hopefully they're fans of the sport and they realise that, that's Mark Scott. He's an Olympian, number 2 all time in the 5,000 metres. We just saw the lad that's number 4 all time in the half marathon rankings. Hopefully they can take a moment to appreciate that.
Well, who looks easiest out of these 4?
Ooh, Mark Scott.
That's a long pause.
I think Mark Scott, and I think Mark Scott for me is the only athlete I could forgive for not going with Emile. These other guys race each other day in, day out, not day in, week in, week out. This is their bread and butter. Mark, I heard people saying he was nervous about the mud. He was nervous about this event. This is out of his comfort zone, his recent comfort zone. So you could forgive Mark Scott for saying, I'm just going to run conservatively and make sure I'm okay, and then maybe smash the last mile. So he'd be one that I could say might be holding something back, whereas the others, I don't think they would have bothered holding back. They would have gone with Emile Carrès or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's a bit of an unknown. He's a bit of a jack in the box. He's an unknown commodity. Yeah. As we say, sub 13 and for 5,000 metres, and he's got plenty left in the tank. And if he does come back down to the sprint finish, World Indoor 3,000 metres back in March, surely he's got enough in the tank to come and hammer home quite quickly. But we don't know. There's only 4 that will automatically go. The first 4 in this race will automatically be selected on Monday. The team's announced on Tuesday, and in 15 days' time they will take to the course in Turin, Italy for the European Cross Country Championships. And we haven't even mentioned that in this race yet, the World Cross Country Champs, which is happening in February. It's going to be mid-20s, 25, 26, 27 degrees. It's warm. It's the end of February. I mean, how many of these guys would fancy that?
Well, again, we were talking about, so someone like Emile Carrès, on a there's World Championships on the track this summer. He could definitely qualify for that in the 10,000 metres. But hey, do you really need to start specialising? Probably Emile Carrès probably doing a marathon, isn't he? There's probably someone going, he's not going to do World Cross, he's doing a marathon. I mean, yeah, it'd be that choice for someone like Emile Carrès. If he's preparing for a marathon, he's got to totally focus in on that. If not, then yes, you think a global cross-country championships could be a bit of fun for him. Is that gap? I don't think that gap is reducing. I don't think it's necessarily growing. They're just in this hearing aid section, the loop in the middle of the large lap. So you can see the camera icons on the map in the right-hand corner of your screen. That's about where Emile Carrès is here. Hugo Milner is chasing hard. He's dropped everybody apart from Mark Scott. So Mohammed hasn't been able to live with this pace that Hugo Milner has injected. Neither's Jack Rowe. They're behind Ben Connor at the moment. I think we're sitting in 6th place in this senior race, just with Zach Mohammed as the first under 23, around about 7th overall in this race, I think.
Well, if Emile Carrès continues and wins this, he'll certainly be going to the Europeans. If he finishes in the top 12, he should be selected for the World Cross. And for somebody that's not necessarily had too many international appearances and got too many Great Britain vests, you'd like to think that maybe applying your trade against the best in the world in cross country in Australia, which is probably going to be a bit firmer underfoot than this is right now, you think that's quite appealing for somebody like him?
That's a good point, actually, Scott. I think there are those 2 automatic spots if you progress from here to come top 12 at the European Cross Country Championships. And once you've got an automatic selection in your pocket, then you're thinking, well, it's simple. I can actually, with confidence, plan for that and build it into my my programme. And Emile Carrès does do a lot of training in Kenya. You kind of think the guys he's training with out there, they're probably aiming for world cross, and then you think, oh, well, you know, I'll go and do that with them. The firmer ground you'd think with his road background would suit him. That would be wonderful to see, because you just got to look. Emil Caress is just a master on this cross country. Glide, well, I don't want to jinx him because there's a few tight corners to come, but he could fall over. He could fall over, have a big old slide, and still get up and win this at this stage. Yeah. Emil Caress really has been the class of this field here today in Liverpool.
It's another challenge as well, and something perhaps people don't always realise, but when these big fields have got 904 entered for this, you just have to start navigating your way between them. That can become challenging as well, because the course is slippy, you might not be on firmer foot, and you might just hit the edge of something, and that can be dangerous as well. So you do have to be very controlled, and you perhaps can't hit it as much as you like because you've got all these extra bodies to navigate. There is Hugo Milner in second. He's broken away from Mark Scott ever so slightly by 5 metres, and we're coming towards the back end of this, through the wooded section before they head and bisect the start and finishing straights. And maybe, just maybe, Hugo Milner has got this second spot by the scruff of the neck.
Jack Rowe has moved himself back up to 4th place, just ahead of Mohammed. Mohammed is 5th senior at the moment. That's not an automatic spot. I don't know for sure. I haven't heard whisperings about anyone that's, you know, wants to be considered that's not here. Of course, we've got other high-quality international athletes, but you know, like Andrew Butchart, every time he's wanted to do European cross, he's come here as well. He's used this as part of his preparation. We think of other people that made the team last year that aren't here, like Jack. The guy from Scotland. That's poor form. Apologies. Jamie Rowe. Yeah. Jamie Rowe, because I think it's Jack Rowe. Jamie Crow. Like he ran very well last year, but he's not here. You know, it's not like he's shown form elsewhere and is ill or injured. Don't think there's anyone down for these discretionary spots. So I do think top 6 across the line could be our team for the European Cross Country Championships in Turin. Ooh, Hugo Milner is just chipping away at that lead, isn't he? You'd think Emil Caress has got a little bit more left in the tank. I just hope there's someone on the side telling Emil Caress that he's going to have a look over his shoulder. There we go. He's going to see it's not a huge gap back to Hugo Milner, but what a turnaround for Hugo Milner. Last year must have been devastating for him to be off that team, and now here he is picking up what I think will be a great second place behind Emil Caress.
Well, Emil Caress on that first lap pulled away, and nobody has got anywhere near him. Hugo Milner, the Derby man, has done the business in second as well. We will certainly see him on the plane to Turin in 2 weeks' time. Another look over the shoulder from Emil Caress. He's had some year, he's had some winter already, and the man from Leeds City Athletics Club has done the business here at the Liverpool Cross Challenge, navigating his way through the traffic, navigating his way over the mud, and it is Emil Caress that takes the win, and he will be heading to Turin as our leading athlete at the European Cross Country Championships. Hugo Milner just battling off the fight from Mark Scott, who takes 3rd, and Jack Rowe just muscling his way past Mohammed to take that 4th automatic qualifying spot. 6 as part of the team go to the Europeans. Mohammed comes in 5th, and I think Ben Connor, another Derby man, just enough in the latter stages to pull away and take that 6th spot. In terms of under 23s, our first under 23.
So Zach Mohammed coming through first. Matt Stonia second, under 23 across line. Tomer Tarragano, I think 4th. That lad in the white vest, that's Joe Wigfield. He was the 3rd under 23, I think. So I think that's Joe Wigfield in 3rd. Tomer Tarragano, that is a huge run. I'm going to be biased. University of Birmingham has set this as a target weeks and months ago. I might have missed an under 23 in there, but I think he was the 4th under 23 across the line. 1936. I haven't got that on my list. I'm not sure whether. Turn around for me. We need like a
Jacob Can from Lancaster University.
He might be an under 23.
He is an under 23.
Yeah. So these men coming through really well. Great run from track specialist James West there as well. That's it. Arms aloft. 14:31. So you know something we don't. Good run from Ian Crowright as well. Talk about rolling the dice, taking a chance. Ian Crowright did commit to that race. Hard work for him in the latter stages.
Emma Shicki for Central AC crossing the line, but that was a superb performance from Emil KRS. I think we know our athletes, don't we? Certainly our guaranteed fours. And the Leeds City man will be looking to try and take a medal as part of our 6 at the European Cross Country Championships. You may well see him challenge for the national cross country title in early 2023 as well. I mean, what can we say about Emil KRS? I mean, what a dominant display. 3 laps of just magic from his cross country shoes.
It was brilliant. It was perfect. It was sublime. I think European cross country, as always, it will be a bit firmer. There's a tricky section. They run through a castle. Your man Cripper was saying it's like a fell race. You run up the short, sharp hill, down. So the firmness I think will suit our guys. We've got some guys and women on these teams that are phenomenal road runners. So I think we could see very good performances off them on a slightly firmer course. But I'm incredibly excited by the quality of all 5 squads that have been selected today. Mixed relay, junior men and women, senior men and women, the under 23, some start some squads. I think we've had some really high quality running, and we always do. Great Britain is a fantastic cross country nation, and cross country is a great sport. It's different than track, it's different than road, it's just pure guts out racing, and we've seen brilliant examples of that throughout today.
Well, the perfect example coming in that race, because Mark's got Trackman up against the cross country and road boys, a great tussle, but it was Emil KRS in this senior men's race that has taken the win. And some great shots of the athletes crossing the line, mud on their face, covered in phlegm as well, which is also lovely, and a bit of rainwater amongst it. You really earn your stripes at the British Athletics Cross Challenge. Well, that's the last Cross Challenge event for 2022. The series resumes in January in Perth, the first one of 2023, and concludes in Loughborough at the end of the winter cross-country season, which also incorporates the Inter-Counties Cross-Country Championships as well. So you can come away with many, many different trophies and medals and points at the end of that. Hannah, what's been your pick of the day for the race, or athlete of the day?
Oh, athlete! I mean, Ines Fitzgerald was super impressive, and she won the junior women's race at a canter, all out there on her own. And I always get excited about the person that wins the junior women's race, because we've got such a strong tradition of converting that when we look to that European stage, and then onwards into the rest of their career. I think that would have been my absolute highlight. What about you?
Oh, it's a challenging one, isn't it? I enjoyed the first 2 because it was short, fast, 1500 metres on cross country. A great battle, wasn't it? I think it was really enjoyable to see. But yeah, I enjoyed seeing Jess Warner-Judd. Like, after such a long year, she's still delivering the goods, and that is so hard. And I think it's really easy to underappreciate like regular racing and grafting, and she's delivered once again, and I'm sure she'll be looking to try and perhaps take a gold at the European Cross-Country Championships. Why not? She's in form.
Absolutely, why not? So those European Championships are in 15 days' time. In terms of cross-challenge action, like we say, nothing else before Christmas. We'll look towards Scone in Scotland in January, and then Presswood Hall in Loughborough in March to conclude the series. But thank you very much for joining us. I'm Hannah England. We've had lovely fun talking about cross country alongside Scott Eburn. So we hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday.